whole bad rumor that are you.
Guys,
Looks like this.
I'm the baby or whatever you.
Tony.
Get stiff.
to wonder and
Tony, you know when you make.
So first.
But you can't be thinking.
She said she thought was right.
Pitiful lie too.
And as long as you agree with her, she's fine. And it's the same thing with y'all. If y'all don't agree with her, she is pissed. And it's time for y'all to stop letting your mother run y'all.
Steal anything.
You don't. You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead.
Oh, dirty low down ass bitch.
Oh, you such a liar. Such a liar.
Let me know if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So looking at Tina Knowles and her children, and looking at Evelyn Braxton and her girls, it's proof to me that forgiveness or unforgiveness and bitterness can trickle down to your kids. I feel like Tina Knowles is the reason why Solange and Beyonce are able to persevere and press through adversity with grace and poise. I know this is a weird way to put it, but Beyonce and Solange was able to see their parents go through a healthy divorce.
So imagine this for a second. What if Tamar was never the real issue at all, and the person shaking up the whole Braxton legacy has actually been Miss E the entire time? This whole family storyline just keeps getting wilder. And once again, Tamar is standing right in the center of the storm, like she always does. Every time Tamar pops up online for anything, people rush in, ready to drag her like she caused every single problem ever created. They call her chaotic. They say she wants attention, and they swear she never lets go of old drama, like she's just walking around collecting grudges. It gets loud every single time, and folks act like they've already solved the whole situation. But Tamar is not letting anyone throw the blame on her without speaking up. She's been real clear lately, saying she didn't just wake up one day and decide to be this way. According to her, she carries these habits and reactions because of her mother, and she's not scared to say it out loud anymore. Tamar feels like people judge her without understanding what shaped her in the first place, and she's finally peeling back the curtain with some raw honesty. This Braxton family drama is getting intense.
Say some things out her mouth that are really cutting.
But your daughters are being held emotionally hostage to your ex-wife's bitterness towards you.
Mm-hmm.
You and her need to get on the same side of the table and free those girls. Because the elephant in the room that nobody will talk about is Evelyn Braxton's attitude.
Letting your mother run your life.
How dare he try to tell me how to raise my kids after he have abandoned us? He has some nerve.
Y'all have lives to live yourself, and she can't run her life, her home, and your home too.
And you know what? Had you been home long enough to help me to raise them, it wouldn't be such a problem. But where were you? I'm there hanging in the street.
What did you do
doing
all
whatever
day?
you were
What
big
did you
enough
do
to
all day long?
What did you do?
What did you do?
Well, look at this twist. Because Tamar has been opening up heavy about her mental health lately, and she's been hinting that her mom's old resentment toward people, especially toward their dad, hit her spirit hard growing up. She's been saying that this energy shaped her, and it still follows her into adulthood, which is a big part of why she's still fighting her own battles today. Let's keep it real for a second, because Tamar has shown the world everything: the good, the bad, the messy, and the straight-up confusing. From her relationship chaos with Vince, to the ups and downs with JR, to beefs with her sisters, to Beacon drama, to people from the outside saying Josh say he is in trouble, she has walked through every storyline imaginable. And somehow, she still ends up being the clip everyone rewatches and the name everybody brings up. And this year, she pushed it even further. She threw funky DVA into the mix by hinting that something might have happened to her after a night out.
Can I ask you something, Miss Evelyn? Do you know what her pain is? Because the only reason a person would behave in this manner.
We're not going to throw this behavior word around again. We're not going to do that. She does not have a behavior problem, and that's not fair.
First of all, your finger in my face is not going to work for me.
But the name calling is not going to work for me. Because I don't appreciate you keep throwing out these names. What about my disrespect? All I have been is disrespectful, Tamar. I've been called. Wait a minute!
Or even worse, implying she might have been involved with some of Tony's men. That rumor alone had the whole internet sitting up straight like, what is going on right now? Back in the early days of Braxton family values, people loved this version of Tamar. Her big reactions, her dramatic moments, her bold comebacks, she became the fan favorite fast, and viewers acted like they couldn't get enough of her. Every season she delivered something new, something spicy, something people couldn't stop talking about. But as time kept moving forward, the tone started shifting. Every year, Tamar ends up doing something that has everybody rubbing their forehead, taking a deep breath and saying, "Here we go again!" The audience went from cheering to squinting, from laughing to wondering what exactly is going on behind the scenes. This situation just keeps getting messier. People are honestly stunned right now, and a lot of them are getting tired of what they see as Tamar's non-stop messy behavior. She keeps saying she's on this big healing journey, but plenty of folks feel like things have only gotten more chaotic, with some even saying Tamar really needs deeper support, because watching her unfold online has become draining for them. They say she's the type you gotta love from a distance, because the drama pops up too fast and too often. They swear Tamar never believes she's wrong about anything, and she reacts like the world is coming for her every time someone disagrees with her. People say she doesn't notice how sharp or hurtful she can get in arguments, and it leaves folks stepping back like, wow, did she really say that? Now she's nearly 50, and people point out she has fallouts with basically everyone who gets close to her. They're convinced she's not changing anytime soon, and they're warning her that the public is starting to lose patience. Tamar being dramatic has never been a secret, but people are now saying she should step back before whatever good reputation she still has slips right through her fingers. But like always, Tamar is not letting anybody talk about her without clapping back. In true Tamar style, she's flipping the whole conversation and putting the spotlight on everyone else, especially her mom, Ms. Evelyn. She's saying that some of the ways she reacts, some of the habits she can't shake, all go back to the environment she grew up in. And she's not the only one with emotional scars. Each sister has their own bitterness and resentment tucked away, and it's been sitting there for years. But Tamar is the only one who comes out and speaks about it openly. And now, for the first time ever, she's directly connecting her current behavior to the upbringing she had her whole life, and she's saying it loud for everyone to hear. This family story is getting intense. Tamar grew up watching her mother struggle to let things go, especially when it came to holding grudges. And it hit her hard because all that energy came straight from how Miss Evelyn's marriage ended with Michael Braxton. Even though that breakup happened ages ago, Tamar still remembers the anger floating around that house like it was yesterday. It's been more than 20 years since Evelyn and Michael divorced after she found out he wasn't being loyal, but the level of resentment she still carries toward him is unbelievable. People close to the family say that this bitterness didn't just sit with Evelyn. It shaped the entire way Tamar and her sisters learned to deal with pain, rejection, and disappointment. They didn't just watch their mom get hurt. They soaked up every emotion like sponges, and it followed them into every relationship and sister argument they've ever had. And let's not pretend only Tamar was affected. Even Tony, the oldest, the calmest, the one everybody calls the classy one, has her own version of messy behavior. She just hides hers a little better and keeps it tucked behind a polished smile, but it's still there, simmering underneath. That alone shows how deep the family patterns run. And here's where it gets real messy. During the divorce, Miss Evelyn reportedly became extremely controlling, and she made the kids choose sides like they were in the middle of a battlefield. Anyone who even tried to stand beside their father ended up catching the coldest treatment from her. It wasn't just sadness, it turned into pressure, confusion, and emotional weight that the girls had to carry way too young. This is the environment Tamar grew up in, and now she's finally saying out loud that it shaped how she moves, reacts, and lashes out today. This family history is serious. This whole situation also explains why Evelyn and Tracy were never fully aligned, because Tracy still wanted to keep a relationship with their father, especially since she lived the closest to him in Maryland. And Miss Evelyn was not happy about that, not even a little bit. People say she held on to that grudge all the way up until Tracy passed away, which adds a heavy layer of sadness to their family history. But Tamar? She was the youngest, and back then, she stood beside her mom in everything. Tamar has said she barely made a move without checking with her mother first. And that's where the real trouble started. It created this deep codependency that followed her well into adulthood, shaping how she responds in relationships and friendships to this day. And the way Tamar explains it, it wasn't just the bitterness or resentment that got passed down. She says her mom loved the sound of her own voice and always believed she was right about everything, no matter the topic. If Tamar had an opinion that didn't match Miss Evelyn's vibe, it got shut down instantly. No debate, no conversation, just a firm no. And Tamar was expected to fall in line. Miss Evelyn reportedly expected all her daughters to follow her direction without question, and going against her felt almost impossible. Tamar says the guilt was strong, because their mom constantly reminded them how she raised all 6 kids on her own after leaving their father, Michael Sr. That reminder wasn't said lightly. It was used like a weight that kept the girls in check. For Tamar especially, it created this emotional trap where she felt like she owed her mom loyalty in every situation, even when the choices didn't feel right. She grew up believing she couldn't challenge her mother without being seen as ungrateful, and that mindset has followed her for years. And now Tamar is finally unpacking all of this, saying out loud how much her upbringing shaped her reactions, her outbursts, her loyalty struggles, and the way she deals with conflict today. This story just keeps going deeper. This is the exact kind of environment Tamar grew up in. And even after more than 20 years, it feels like nothing changed at all. Miss Evelyn still carries a lot of anger, and it spills straight onto her daughters whenever things get tense. Tamar says she's been dealing with that energy her whole life, and now people are starting to see the pattern for themselves. A lot of folks online are actually agreeing with Tamar, saying it's not hard to understand how Evelyn Braxton set the tone for all the disrespect and emotional chaos the girls grew up around. They're pointing out how her behavior shaped Tamar's reactions and played a huge part in how Tamar handles conflict today, whether she realizes it or not. People have even started making lists of villains who don't look like villains, and Miss Evelyn's name is right at the top. Comment after comment says Evelyn reminds them of the type of toxic moms who put on a polished front but leave emotional damage behind closed doors. Women who act like they have everything under control while their children quietly absorb all the pain. The Braxton family has always had a lot of tension, and more people are admitting that Evelyn might have been the root of most of it. They say she kept her kids tied together with guilt, pressure, and emotional expectations, making them feel like they had to stick together no matter how deep the issues ran. And that kind of setup turns into scars that follow you into adulthood, shaping everything from friendships to relationships to how you argue and how you love. Now, Tamar is putting words to what she's carried since childhood, and the whole situation is exploding in front of everyone. This family story is getting wilder by the minute. Now that all this is spilling out, people are starting to look at the Braxton family in a whole new light, and the conversations online are getting louder by the day. Fans are saying this whole situation finally explains why the sisters move the way they do, why every little disagreement turns into a full meltdown, and why healing has always felt like a never-ending process for them. It's like watching a family trying to grow while still dragging decades of emotional weight behind them. And Tamar isn't holding back anymore. She's speaking up with the kind of honesty people didn't expect, and it's making everyone rethink who's really been stirring the pot all these years. She's pointing straight to the patterns she grew up with: the silence, the pressure, the guilt, the expectations. And she's saying she's done carrying all that without naming where it came from. What's wild is that so many viewers are saying they relate to her now more than ever. They're in the comments talking about how they grew up with moms who never apologized, moms who expected perfection but gave out criticism like it was candy, moms who ran the whole house with guilt and control instead of love and freedom. And suddenly, Tamar's behavior isn't looking like chaos for attention. It's looking like someone trying to break habits she never had a chance to unlearn as a kid. But the twist is this: the more Tamar opens up, the more divided the fans are becoming. Some say she's brave for finally breaking the silence, while others think she's dragging her family for sympathy. It's turning into a whole debate, and people are choosing sides like it's a championship match. This Braxton saga is getting messier by the minute, and Tamar is standing right in the middle of it with a mic in her hand and no fear at all. Now here's where everything gets even messier, because while Tamar is out here opening old wounds and trying to explain her side, people are starting to question why the rest of the sisters are staying so quiet. Fans are side-eyeing the whole family, wondering if they've been protecting an image for years while Tamar took all the heat in public. And honestly, the silence is making everything look even more suspicious. Some folks are saying the sisters don't want to confront the truth because it would force them to admit they've been affected by the same emotional patterns their whole lives. Others think they're staying quiet because they don't want to go against Miss Evelyn even now as grown women. And that just feeds into Tamar's whole point, that the guilt and pressure never really stopped, it just got quieter with age. But what's shaking people the most is the idea that Tamar might have been carrying the family's issues on her back this whole time while being labeled the dramatic one. Fans are saying that maybe she wasn't acting out for attention. Maybe she was the only one who didn't know how to bottle it all up like the others. And now that she's finally talking, everyone else looks uncomfortable because the truth is hitting too close to home. Meanwhile, the internet is spinning with theories. Some say there's way more behind the scenes that the family tried to hide, and Tamar just blew the lid off. Others think Miss Evelyn kept such a tight grip on the family dynamic that nobody ever learned how to express themselves without fear. And people swear you can see those patterns in every interview, every reunion, every argument the public ever saw. And now Tamar is stepping into this whole situation with fire in her voice and no hesitation, calling out what she feels shaped her entire life. It's bold, it's messy, and it's definitely got everyone watching like it's a whole new season of drama unfolding live. At this point, it's clear those sisters don't even vibe with each other like that. And Tamar always ends up being the one blamed because she talks loud, reacts big, and refuses to hide her personality. People treat her like the permanent scapegoat, even when she's not the one who started the mess. And it's wild to watch every time. But now I'm curious, what do you think about all this? Do you feel like the family has been unloading everything onto Tamar for years? Or do you think she plays a part in the chaos too? Drop your thoughts in the comments because this situation is way too layered not to talk about. And listen, if you're rocking with these breakdowns and you want all the behind-the-scenes drama delivered with real talk and no sugarcoating, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now. Trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next.
This was not the first time of me telling this story. This has been years. It started me telling this story when my sister passed away. So this is like years of me getting to this point, to this layer. I always stand true by what I said. I always stand true by what happened. And I don't know if there was a right or wrong way, the way I handled it. I don't think that there was. And with what I speak with my therapist with, there was no right or wrong way to tell the story. I just had to tell the story.
Listen, this whole situation with Ashley and the Braxton crew is spinning out fast, and the drama's getting wild about a minute. This mess got layers, and every time someone talks, it just pulls us deeper into a tunnel that nobody asked for. From the start, Ashley was open about what she went through, and she wasn't shaky about it either. She spoke up for years, stood on the truth, and every detail matched from interview to interview like she had the whole timeline stamped in the mind. Anyone who actually listened knew exactly what she meant and exactly what she was pointing at.
And it may not be your family, and that is totally okay. I am an example of that. You may not get support from your family, and that is totally fine. You still have the right to use your voice. You still have the right to talk. You still have the right to say how you feel. The world will try to silence you. People will try to silence you, but the world needs your voice and not your silence.
But now out of nowhere, Ashley's switching up a whole tone like someone hit a reset button on the story. Suddenly, she talking like the situation wasn't that serious, like the hurt she described for years somehow shrank overnight. And that right there got everybody raising eyebrows. People don't just soften their own truth after standing on it for so long unless there's pressure somewhere. And let's be real, this ain't the type of shift that just happens because someone woke up in a different mood. When somebody been consistent for years, then starts stepping back from their own words, it screams that something or someone stepped in hard. It sounds like somebody slid in her ear, pushed the storyline, or made her feel like she had to keep the peace to protect a certain image or a certain person. Victims don't just rewrite their whole experience unless something around them changed. So the real question is, what changed? And who decided they needed her to tone everything down? Because this switch up didn't come from nowhere, and you can feel that something behind the scenes is twisting the narrative. This whole thing ain't just suspicious anymore. It's giving full-on cover-up vibes, like somebody scrambling behind the scenes to keep certain secrets locked away. Because seriously, who gains anything from Ashley flipping her whole story like this? It's definitely not Ashley, and it's definitely not the people who've been following her journey hoping for honesty and clarity.
Stepbrothers, did they come with her? Were they part of the package, or did they come along later?
They came along later.
Okay.
So my sister is 3 years younger than I am. My oldest younger brother is 4 years, and then after that it's 8 years.
Okay.
So they came after, and it's unfortunate that even now we don't have a relationship because you were just pit against each other.
Yeah.
So the household was like all for one and one for all. You better guard up.
Wow.
And it's not really healthy.
No, definitely not. No. You know, I was wondering, like, what would the effects of those circumstances be on the younger brothers? Because it would be very difficult for them to, I guess, develop respect towards you and your sister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't see eye to eye because the way they see life is very different than the way I've seen it. And so for them, it's hard, which is understandable.
Yeah.
When I'm speaking these things about their mother, these are quite harsh accusations
of course.
that I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if you were not there to grasp what was happening, then perhaps you think and be like, I think this is a little far-fetched.
Yes.
And that was something that was really hard for me because I come from this family.
So that leaves one group, the folks with a name to protect and a whole image they don't want cracked open. And here's where things start feeling like a plot twist nobody saw coming. Ashley got features that line up with Tawanda so tight, it makes people stop scrolling and take a second look. The face shape, the structure, even the expressions. It's wild how strong the resemblance hits when you put their pictures side by side. I ain't got DNA proof in my hand, but I do got eyes, and what these eyes see is raising real questions that are hard to ignore. If something looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and stands there like a duck, at some point you got to ask if someone been hiding the real story all this time. And that's not even the end of it. Ashley been out here for years, putting the truth on the internet, dropping interviews, posting videos, and telling her story straight up with no shaking in her voice. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't whispering. She was out there loud and clear, but somehow her story barely made a ripple until recently, and that's strange, real strange, especially when she's tied to the Braxton family, one of the most known R&B families in the whole game. Something about that silence feels intentional, like somebody wanted her story pushed into the corner where no one would look. So how is it that Ashley been posting videos for years, but her views look like she's talking to a wall? How is her voice basically invisible, even though she's tied to people with major celebrity pull? That kind of silence don't happen by accident. That's the type of quiet that feels planned. It feels like somebody pushed our content so far down the algorithm that you'd have to trip over it just to find it. That's giving straight up content suppression, like somebody wanted her truth buried deep where nobody would ever hear it. And now let's get into Ashley's father, because the situation around him is sounding way too intense. According to her, he's been trying to shut her down hard, like he don't want a single word leaving her mouth. She said there's been pressure, attempts to silence her, and moments where she felt unsafe just for speaking on what happened. That's serious, because why would any father fight that hard to keep his own daughter quiet unless she's talking about something he don't want in the open? When someone works overtime to silence another person, that usually don't mean the story is fake. It means the story hits too close to home. Folks don't waste energy trying to shut down lies. They shut down truth because truth crack open doors they won't lock forever. So hearing that he allegedly wants her to stop talking just makes her claim sound even more real and even more dangerous to whoever she's exposing. And then out of nowhere, right in the middle of all this tension, Ashley's sister passed away, and that shook everybody. The timing, the situation around it, and the silence that followed had people side-eyeing everything. It had the internet buzzing because it came out of nowhere and left a big question mark floating about the whole family. People instantly started wondering what's going on behind the scenes, what secrets are being protected, and who stands to gain from keeping all this in the dark. Now, when you look at all of this, the suppression, the pressure, the fear, the timing, the bigger family picture starts coming into focus. It makes the whole theory feel like it's not just theory anymore, like there's something under the surface that nobody wants touched. When you raise a kid every day, feed them, take care of them, guide them, that kid is going to naturally lock onto you as their parent, especially when they're young and nobody is explaining the full situation around them. So it sparks a real question here. If Tawanda was the one doing the day-to-day raising, could Ashley have grown up believing a story that wasn't the full truth because that's the only version she was ever given? It would explain why she always felt unsure about who she really felt like her real mother is. And now we got to look at this birth certificate situation, because this part right here is where things get legally messy fast. Ashley said her mother's name was removed from her birth certificate, and that is not the type of thing that happens with a quick phone call or a form at the DMV. Birth certificates don't just get switched up on a random Tuesday. To change that kind of document, you need court involvement, legal steps, official paperwork, the whole 9 yards. That's a serious process with serious intention behind it. So let's break that down for real. Either Ashley grew up being told something that wasn't accurate, or somebody fed her one version of the story to keep the real situation quiet. Or something way more questionable happened behind closed doors to legally rewrite her history. None of those options look simple, and all of them point in the same direction, that something about her family background was being kept under wraps for a long time. And if a legal alteration really went down, that means someone took the time, money, and effort to get the courts involved just to adjust the information tied to Ashley's identity. That kind of move ain't small. That's a major step someone takes when they want certain truths buried deep where nobody thinks to look. This lines up way too clean with the theory that Tawanda might be her real mother, and somebody didn't want that detail out in the open.
Here's where the story flips again. Out of nowhere, Ashley suddenly mentions having brothers, and this is the very first time she's ever said that in all the years she's been sharing her life online. That dropped like a bomb, because how do you talk for years about your past, your pain, your family, and never once bring up brothers until now? So where did these brothers come from? Who are they? And why were they never spoken about before? It feels like pieces of her family tree been kept in the shadows from the start. When new relatives pop up out of thin air, it hints that there are deeper layers the public has never heard about. More hidden relationships, more secrets tucked away, more parts of the story that were never allowed to surface. And every time Ashley shares something new, instead of clearing things up, it just opens another door and brings in more questions. It's like the truth is wrapped in twist after twist, and each reveal makes everything look more suspicious. Now let's zoom out for a second, because this situation ain't happening in a vacuum. The Braxton family has had multiple people come forward with their own stories over the years. Tamar spoke publicly about what she went through. Ashley shared her experiences, and Trina's ex, Gabe, had his own messy scandals that the public still talks about. That's not random. That's a pattern, and patterns don't build themselves for no reason. So with all these claims stacking up from different angles, you gotta wonder what kind of environment these women grew up in. What type of family dynamic allowed all this to stay quiet while people were hurting? It's looking like the priority in that house was keeping the family brand shiny and untouchable while the people inside were left carrying their pain alone. That kind of silence don't happen by accident. It happens when a family decides the image is more important than the truth. Now this brings us right back to Ashley in that sudden switch up that nobody saw coming. After years of standing firm on her story, she's now brushing off what she went through like it wasn't that serious. And that is not normal for somebody who's been so steady and outspoken for so long. This doesn't look like healing. It looks like somebody got in her space, leaned on her hard, and pushed her into toning everything down. Something about this shift screams pressure, not peace. And when you stack that on top of the family's past and everything they stand to lose if the full truth ever hits the light, the whole thing starts making a lot more sense. That family got a long history of trying to protect their image, so her sudden shift doesn't feel random. It feels strategic. Even more reason to believe somebody wants her story rewritten. Now, let's talk about childhood memory for a second, because this part matters. Memories from when you're young can be shaped, twisted, or straight up replaced if adults keep repeating the same story over and over. If a child hears a false version of events long enough, that becomes their reality because they don't have the power or understanding to question what the adults around them say. That's just how the brain works when you're young and trying to make sense of the world. So if Ashley grew up being told things that weren't true, like who her mother was, what happened with her birth certificate, or how her family structure really looked, then of course her understanding would be cloudy. She wasn't confused because she didn't care. She was confused because the foundation she was given was never real in the first place. She was building her whole identity on information that was twisted before she even had the chance to form her own memories. Now, let's circle back to those document changes because that part is huge and people need to get how serious it is. You cannot just walk into an office and tell someone to switch the names on a birth certificate. That is not how the law works. That kind of change takes court involvement, legal filings, proof, and a full paper trail. It's a whole process with steps that can't be skipped, and every move leaves records behind. So when Ashley says there are document changes, that tells you something big was happening behind closed doors, something official, something planned, and something that required real intention, because nobody goes through a legal maze like that unless they're trying to adjust a story that they do not want questioned. When Ashley talks about those documents being altered, that's not something that just happens by accident. For anything on that level to be changed, somebody had to go through a full legal process. So if the paperwork doesn't line up, it means somebody moved through the system on purpose, not by mistake. And let me make this part loud and clear, because people like to twist things when they don't want to face the truth. Even if some details were mixed up or fed to her wrong when she was young, her pain is still real. Her experience is still real. What she lived through doesn't disappear just because someone played games with the information she was given. Trauma doesn't vanish because paperwork got shuffled around. The secrecy in this family, the confusion, the cover-ups, the way everything feels like a maze, that only makes her story even more believable. When a family creates that much fog, it usually means they're hiding something they don't want anybody reaching for. And the attempts to silence Ashley just make everything look even darker, not clearer. Now, this is where the theory goes into way heavier territory. There's talk that Michael, Ashley's father, has been trying to shut her down using legal tactics, not conversations. Things like cease and desist letters, threats, and efforts to force her into silence. And if that's real, then his motive becomes crystal clear: protecting what he doesn't want the world to know about his past. That kind of pressure doesn't come from innocence. It comes from someone scared of their own truth getting out.
And here's the wild part that connects everything. If the theory is right, if Michael and Tawanda are actually Ashley's parents, then he has even more reason to keep her quiet, because that would unleash a whole new scandal that would shape the entire Braxton image from top to bottom. It wouldn't just be messy, it would be explosive. And let's go ahead and call out the hypocrisy while we're here. This family built half their fame on reality TV, selling transparency, realness, and no filters to the whole world. They made a career off letting people into their business. But suddenly, when Ashley speaks, everyone wants silence. Suddenly, the truth is off limits. That switch-up is wild, and everybody can see it. For years, this family made serious money, putting their lives on full display. The breakups, the arguments, the drama, all of it blasted on TV like it was nothing. But behind the cameras, it's a whole different world full of secrets, contradictions, and storylines that are controlled tighter than a vote. They show the public the version that protects their brand, but the real mess stays locked away where nobody can reach it. Ashley is dragging out the parts they tried to bury for years, and that's exactly why her voice is shaking things up. And now let's talk about these brothers she mentioned, because it's already confirmed they're half-brothers. That means there are family connections the public never knew about, relationships that were kept far from the spotlight, and details that were hidden on purpose. When half-siblings pop up like that, it tells you somebody been keeping certain pieces off the table for a long time. This wasn't an accident, this was planned silence. So let's pull all of this together and look at the picture without the filters. Is Tawanda actually Ashley's real mother? When you stack the clues, the whole situation starts looking real suspicious. The resemblance between the two of them is strong, not just a kinda looks alike thing, but the type of match that makes people stop and stare. Then there's the birth certificate confusion, and that alone hints at legal moves being made behind closed doors. That kind of change doesn't happen unless someone pushes paperwork through a system they know how to use. That's not a slip-up, that's strategy. And we can't ignore the secrecy around certain documents, the missing info, the things Ashley was told growing up, the puzzle pieces that never matched. When legal records start looking foggy, it usually means someone wanted the truth tucked away. The timeline issues don't line up either. And when timelines don't match up, that usually means somebody is bending the story to fit whatever version they want the world to believe. Then add in the way the family behaves, the pressure, the silence, the pushback on Ashley, the attempts to guide her narrative like she doesn't have her own voice. All of that together paints a picture that's hard to ignore. Every clue points in the same direction. Every piece slides into place, and the whole thing starts looking like a secret they've been trying to keep wrapped up for years. And now here's where everything gets even wilder. Because once you start putting these pieces together, the whole story starts cracking open in ways the family definitely didn't expect. Ashley changing her tune, documents not lining up, half-brothers showing up out of nowhere, that's already messy. But the reactions from certain family members make it even worse, because instead of clearing things up, they're dodging questions like they know the truth would blow everything wide open. The more Ashley talks, the more certain people start acting uncomfortable, like they're scared that one wrong sentence could expose a secret they spent years trying to bury. You can feel the tension, and you can tell folks behind the scenes are scrambling to control the situation before it gets completely out of their hands. That kind of behavior isn't random. It's the kind of panic you see when somebody knows a truth they don't want anyone else to hear. And have you noticed how nobody from the family is given straight answers? Everything is vague, everything is no comment, everything is brushed off or redirected like they're allergic to saying anything concrete. That's not what people do when a rumor is false. That's what people do when the rumor is a little too close to the real story. This whole situation feels like a puzzle where every time Ashley talks, another piece falls into place. And even the timing of certain statements from the family feels off, like they're waiting to see what Ashley says next before they decide what they're going to say. That's not transparency. That's strategy. And when you mix strategy with silence, that only tells the world one thing. There's something big they don't want to get out. And let's not ignore the way Ashley's energy has shifted. You can hear the conflict, you can feel the pressure, and you can tell she's trying to speak while carrying a weight she didn't ask for. Someone with nothing to hide doesn't need to silence anyone, but someone sitting on a secret this explosive, they'll do whatever it takes to keep things quiet. Every sign keeps pointing to one conclusion. Something huge is being protected, and Ashley's voice might be the first crack in the wall they tried to keep sealed forever. Even without DNA laid out on the table, the clues stacking up around this situation are getting way too strong to ignore. The theory isn't just sounding possible anymore, it's starting to look like the most reasonable explanation when you line everything up side by side. Every detail, every reaction, every strange shift in behavior keep pointing in the same direction like a giant flashing sign. So now I want to hear straight from you. Do you believe the Tawanda theory is real? Do you feel like Ashley is getting pushed into silence by her own family? Does this whole thing look like a major cover-up happening right?
But you can't be thinking you're gonna go have plastic surgery on the Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no plastic surgery on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do that.
Things just got wild in the Braxton family. And this time, Tamar didn't just stir the pot, she flipped the whole table.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, it wouldn't be my friend.
Her latest live stream turned into a full-blown public roast of her own sister, Toni Braxton, and the internet cannot believe what she said. Tamar went on camera and straight up claimed that Birdman dumped Toni because of a botched BBL that allegedly smells bad. Can you believe that? For weeks, she's been dropping subtle shade, mocking Toni's new look, poking fun at her romance, and hinting that Birdman's been distant for reasons too personal to say out loud. But when she threw that BBL accusation into the mix, everything exploded online. People are losing their minds trying to figure out if Tamar's telling the truth or just trying to humiliate her sister for clout.
That is your man, as you call it. That is your man. He knew it was a situation with me and you. And he was down. He was down to play op games. I wouldn't take nothing like that serious, my love. That ate my ass, and I sent him on his way. It wasn't, you don't want me to expose how you were saying that you kicked her out and she went back to her mother's house. Not Mrs. Braxton. Not Mrs. Not Mrs. Singer with the sold out tour that JR also told me was flex. It was cap. It was she flexing. She don't have no sold out. Between me and you was his exact words. The tour not sold out. He said you was messy. He said you went back to your mother's house. He told me a lot of things that he shouldn't tell a stranger. I just met this man less than a week.
Some fans say she's just being messy for views, while others think there's real tension brewing behind closed doors. And Toni? Oh, she's not staying quiet this time. Word is she's furious and gearing up for a major clapback that could expose way more than Tamar bargained for. This family feud is getting uglier by the minute. If this keeps blowing up, we might be witnessing one of the wildest, most personal celebrity family feuds in years. Is this still Braxton family values or straight up Braxton family breakdown? The drama's so real it feels scripted, except it's not. When producers teased that this season would bring the heat, nobody expected this. Even the Kardashians might want to grab a snack and take notes, because this level of chaos is next level entertainment. Just when fans thought Tamar couldn't stir the pot any harder, she dropped another bomb, saying Toni secretly got a BBL. Yes, Toni Braxton with a BBL. That's not just gossip, that's a scandal with capital letters. Plastic surgery in Hollywood isn't new, sure, but what made everyone's jaws hit the floor was Tamar's shocking claim that Toni's BBL went so wrong it allegedly started to stink, and that Birdman almost walked out over it. What? That's not just shade, that's nuclear level messy. Toni, of course, isn't letting that slide. She's been shutting down the rumors, swearing she never got any body work done. In her words, Toni laughed it off, saying, "Mduya Kai, don't you know that it's my booty? I love somebody." She's keeping her story tight, claiming the only thing she's ever changed was her nose, just because she didn't like how it looked. But fans aren't sure what to believe anymore, and this feud just keeps getting hotter. Toni's been open about a few of her cosmetic tweaks. She once talked about her slimmer look and even admitted to getting a boob job. In one interview, she said, For a girl who just scored a record deal with two of the biggest names in the business, I actually felt very lonely. I've been wanting to change my nose for years. I wanted it to be less broad, but because of how I was raised, I struggled with the idea of changing my body. Then she added, and of course, I later got my boobies done. I'd always been built like a gymnast on top, thunder thighs below. She even laughed once, saying, I wish I would have had lipo on my inner thighs. I've always hated them. So according to Tony, the nose job and boob job were it, nothing more. But let's keep it real. A whole lot of fans aren't buying that story. People online have been calling Major bluff, claiming she's definitely had liposuction and maybe even a BBL too. And when you compare old school Tony from her 90s days to her more recent viral pics, the difference is hard to ignore. Back in the day, she had that classic natural fine look, but now her waist is super snatched and her hips are popping like never before. Fans are convinced it's giving strong BBL energy, and the internet won't stop talking about it. Soon enough, social media detectives went wild, zooming in, doing side-by-sides, and insisting Tony might not be telling the whole truth about her glow-up. Some say she's just keeping her beauty secrets private, while others think she's full-on hiding the truth to protect her image. But here's the twist. Just when everyone thought the rumors were fading, Tamar came crashing back into the spotlight and confirmed it all herself. That's when the real chaos began. Reports are saying Tamar's been out here spilling everything about Tony's supposed secret BBL, telling people her sister's been trying to pass it off as her natural body. But the real question is, why would Tamar do her own sister like that? Insiders claim this might all be payback, because the tension between the Braxton sisters has been boiling for months. And now, things have exploded into a full-on family mess. Apparently, before Tamar could even hit record on that explosive episode, Tony's legal team swooped in and dropped a cease and desist, shutting the whole thing down before it even aired. But you know Tamar, she wasn't about to take that quietly. She clapped back online, saying that if anyone tries to claim her sisters turned on her to protect the family, that's a total lie. And just when fans thought this was all one big misunderstanding, Trina and Tawanda jumped in saying they had no clue about any of it. Turns out, Tamar really did get that cease and desist, meaning Tony handled everything solo. No backup, no warning, just straight silence and legal threats. Now the internet's in full detective mode. People are asking why Tony's working so hard to stop someone named Ashley from speaking out, and what exactly went down behind those closed doors. Some fans swear Tony's just being petty because she's still beefing with Tamar, while others believe she's covering for someone else entirely. Either way, that cease and desist move sent Tamar over the edge. She swore she'd get revenge. And that's when she went public with those wild, jaw-dropping BBL allegations that have everyone talking nonstop. You'd think Tamar would have stopped for the sake of sisterhood, right? Wrong. Clearly, you don't know Tamar Braxton. When it comes to drama, she doesn't hit the brakes. She hits the gas. Instead of backing off, she doubled down and claimed Tony's BBL allegedly went so bad that Birdman nearly filed for divorce over it. Yep. According to Tamar, that's how messy things got. It's starting to look like she's on a full-blown mission to drag her sister's name through every headline she can. Now fans can't stop talking. Timelines, TikToks, and gossip blogs are flooded. Everyone's wondering what's really going down behind closed doors at the Braxton house. And just when you think this family feud can't get any uglier, it somehow does. Things are spiraling fast, and people are starting to connect the dots. Maybe Tamar's spilling all this because of something deeper, something personal. Remember when Tony allegedly filed for divorce from Birdman just 2 days after saying, "I do"? Yeah, that wasn't a rumor. That actually happened. Reports say Tony supposedly separated from Birdman just 48 hours after their wedding, and less than a month later, she went full throttle, filing official papers claiming their marriage was irretrievably broken with zero chance of saving it. That revelation shocked everyone, especially since this wasn't their first messy breakup. You might recall their big split back in 2019, but the twist came later. By 2023, insiders claimed Tony started reaching out to Birdman again. Allegedly, she was sending flirty messages, dropping subtle hints, and making it clear she was ready for another round with him. Now fans are asking, was this real love or just part of the Braxton chaos playing out in public once again? Birdman once joked that being back with Toni felt like the breakup never even happened because she was that determined to slide right back into his life. At first, Birdman tried to play it cool, saying he'd moved on, focusing on his own grind, and wasn't looking back. But Toni wasn't giving up that easy. She kept showing up, reaching out, and reminding him of all those unforgettable moments they once shared. And guess what? Those old feelings Birdman swore he'd buried deep started creeping back up. Before long, her persistence paid off, and boom, the two were back together like nothing had ever gone wrong. After dating again for about a year, they shocked everyone by tying the knot on August 8th, 2024. Fans were cheering, thinking this was finally their happily ever after. Until, out of nowhere, Toni hit the world with a divorce filing that left everyone speechless. That's when the whispers started. People claimed Toni might have had other motives, especially since rumors were swirling about her having some serious financial struggles at the time. The internet couldn't handle it. Drama everywhere. Some fans accused her of chasing Birdman's money, while others defended her, saying she'd been through too much to not look out for herself. But when reports dropped that Toni was allegedly trying to walk away from the marriage with a $160 million divorce payout after being married less than a month, the internet completely lost it. Comment sections went wild, gossip pages crashed, and debates broke out over whether that number was fair or downright outrageous. Even 50 Cent jumped in on Instagram, cracking jokes like only he can, saying, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it too." That comment sent everyone into a frenzy, and the drama just kept getting louder. That 50 Cent comment blew up the internet. Social media went crazy. Toni was getting dragged left and right, with people calling her a gold digger and saying she was just in it for the money. But now, with all these new whispers about Birdman supposedly wanting to bounce because of that rumored botched surgery, some fans are starting to see things differently. They're saying maybe Toni's wild reaction wasn't about greed. Maybe it came from anger and straight up humiliation. If there's even a sliver of truth to that surgery story, then maybe throwing out that massive $160 million number was her emotional way of hitting back. Insiders say Toni eventually cooled off and even called off the divorce completely. One source even claimed she filed first only because she found out Birdman was about to beat her to it, and she didn't want to be the one getting left. She wanted to stay in control, save face, and keep her pride intact. I mean, let's be real. Being married for 2 days isn't exactly something anyone wants on their resume. But apparently, the couple managed to work things out. Word is, Toni handled those health rumors quietly and made sure everything was fresh, fixed, and fine. So, for now, things seem calm, at least on the surface. But the truth? None of this tea would have seen daylight if Tamar and Toni hadn't blown up on each other in that explosive fight. And you know Toni, she's no pushover. She doesn't take hits without firing back. According to insiders, she clapped right back at Tamar, dragging her hard over her own messy situation with her ex-fiancé, JR. Oh yeah, the shade went both ways, and it got personal fast. And when I say Toni hit the mark, I mean she hit it hard. Because not too long ago, Tamar herself admitted that her ex-fiancé, JR, didn't just cheat. He allegedly stole her jewelry and gave it to his side chick. Can you imagine that level of disrespect? But hold up, it gets even wilder. Reports claim JR was also allegedly messing around with Tommy Lee while still dating Tamar. Now that's a whole different kind of scandal. Tommy didn't hold back either. She bragged online that JR didn't cut off those other women for Tamar, even after Tamar came at her publicly. And if that wasn't enough, Tommy went on to say that JR had been out here spilling Tamar's business to anyone who'd listen, just running his mouth like it was open mic night. Total chaos. The internet couldn't handle it. Fans were stunned. Gossip pages went into overdrive, and everyone was questioning Tamar's choices. People were like, how could she stay after that? The drama was so loud, it felt like a reality show playing out in real life. And here's the craziest part. Insiders claim JR allegedly did all of that within just 1 week of meeting Tommy. 1 week. That's not just messy, that's pure mayhem. And it left Tamar humiliated in front of millions. JR knew exactly about the tension between Tamar and Tony, but that didn't stop him one bit. He jumped right into the mess, got involved, and started running his mouth, spilling Tamar's private business like it was nothing. That's wild behavior. Honestly, Tamar should have dropped his so-called white chocolate self and walked away the moment he started acting shady. But come on, this is Tamar. She doesn't take advice from anyone, even when the writing's glowing red on the wall. So she kept doing her thing, posting about her man, her man, her man. Except the problem was, he was also everybody's man. The internet couldn't stop clowning. And then came the heartbreak. JR allegedly dumped her out of nowhere, leaving her spiraling all over Beyonce's internet like we'd never seen before. It was messy, it was loud, and it was everywhere. For a while, people moved on, thinking the saga was done and buried, until Tony resurrected it in the most savage way possible. During a shady little "isn't this you" moment, Tony threw that whole JR situation right back in Tamar's face. And it hit hard, especially since Tamar had just tried to come for Tony's relationship with Birdman. Now it's clear, these sisters don't just argue, they go to war. When the Braxtons bring drama, they bring it heavy and public. But here's the real question everyone's asking. How far are they willing to take this feud before someone completely loses it? Because if this tea keeps spilling like this, it's not staying on TV. It's about to blow up everywhere. Now with the sisters trading blows like heavyweight champs, the Braxton family drama has officially reached a boiling point. Insiders say things behind the scenes are way worse than what fans are seeing online. We're talking group chats blowing up, family dinners canceled, and everyone picking sides. Tamar's out here defending her every move, while Tony's quietly plotting her next power play. It's not just gossip anymore. This is turning into a full-on family war. Word is, Tamar's been hinting that she's got even more tea to spill, something that could end all rumors once and for all. Meanwhile, Tony's been keeping it classy in public, but allegedly gearing up to drop her own bombshells that could flip the whole story upside down. The tension's so thick, you could cut it with a knife, and fans are glued to every update like it's a primetime reality show. And it's not just them. Even the other Braxton sisters, Trina and Tawanda, are feeling the pressure to pick sides. Some say they're trying to play peacemakers, but others think they're secretly backing Tony behind the scenes. Either way, the whole family's on edge and nobody's sure what'll happen next. What's even crazier? Insiders are whispering that producers from Braxton Family Values might be trying to cash in on all this chaos with a tell-all special, featuring never-before-seen clips and shocking confessions. If that happens, this feud won't just stay online. It'll be front and center for the whole world to see. At this point, it feels like the Braxton drama isn't just a story. It's a full-blown saga. And if the rumors about what's coming next are true, this family storm is just getting started. This whole thing is about to explode in real life. No question about it. Because let's be honest, there's no drama like family drama. And the Braxtons, they always take it 10 levels higher than anyone else. Every twist just gets messier. Every clapback hits harder. And at this point, nobody knows what these sisters might do next. Whatever's coming is guaranteed to leave everybody completely shook. If you've been hooked on this wild Braxton saga, make sure you hit that like button, drop a comment, and share it with someone who lives for drama like this. And most importantly, don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel, because the next chapter in this story is about to get even crazier. You seriously don't want to miss what's coming next.
So apparently when it comes down to the Braxtons coming out with the season 2, production definitely put a pause on it due to all the sisters getting into it with Tamar. And for those who don't know, Tamar is not a friend of the show this season. She came on as like a main character or main cast member, whatever the hell you want to call it, right? But she decided to bring on Ashley.
And for those who don't know, Ashley is their niece from their brother, Mike.
Trina is straight up calling out Tamar, blasting her for messing up their whole show with wild behavior, and the Braxton drama queen is spinning the block again with full force chaos. This situation is getting louder by the minute, and nobody can pretend it's calm anymore. The tension between Tamar and Trina has been heating up for months, and now the mess is spilling right into the production of their show like a busted fire hydrant.
You're right, the show's supposed to do it because it's supposed to show real life family. We have a real life family, and real life family goes through real life situations. You're not going to get along all the time. You're not going to see eye to eye all the time, and everybody has their own journey, period. That's just it. So if you come on here talking about, oh, Tawanda is jealous, she's so jealous. How can I be jealous of one sister and not jealous of Toni Braxton?
Word in the streets is that producers are hesitant to push forward because the drama has gotten way too unpredictable, even for TV. It's crazy because everyone knows producers usually love when things get messy on camera. So what did Tamar actually pull off this time? The talk on the curb is that Tamar was the one who exposed Trina's ex for allegedly acting like a creep and targeting younger women. And one thing everybody knows about Trina is that she does not play about her man, her partner, or any guy she chooses to stand beside. That kind of accusation hit her pride like a brick thrown through a window. But that's not the whole storm, because Tamar is also claiming that Trina is trying to turn their sisters against her and freeze her out of the family circle. She's basically saying Trina is moving like a mastermind, pulling strings behind closed doors, trying to isolate her from everyone she grew up with.
I want to clear up some discrepancies, though. These people asking me, hey, guys, have you spoken to Tamar? You guys talking to Tamar? You talk to Tamar? Of course. As I stated before, regardless on what happens, if any of my sisters call me, I'm going to pick up the phone and answer. If they need me, if they text me, I'm going to respond. And that's just the bottom line. That's just what it is. However,
Things are getting real intense around that family table. So does this mean Tamar is drifting away from the rest of the Braxton sisters? And why does it seem like nobody is stepping up to defend her right now? The streets need answers, because the silence around her is becoming louder than the drama itself. The buzz really kicked up a couple days ago when rumors dropped that Toni Braxton had walked off set during filming, sending shockwaves through the crew and leaving everyone confused about what triggered her reaction. According to one report, insiders revealed something wild. Toni Braxton straight up walked off the set while they were filming the new season of The Braxtons. The Grammy winner is tired of the non-stop sister drama, and she's not holding back anymore.
sensitive to other people's boundaries, and I respect people's boundaries regardless on what it is. If I agree or not, I'm going to respect your boundaries. If you say you don't feel like it, or you don't want to beg, you want to do this, guess what? I'm going to respect your boundaries by not crossing those lines. That's just it. And that's it. You know? If this person said, you act like you hard, you got a wall that makes it seem like you don't care. It's not that I don't care. It's not that. What it is that I have respectfully learned to compartmentalize the things that is more important. And it's not important for me to do anything other than to protect my peace. That's it. That's just it.
Well, y'all, the comment section was a disaster, with folks claiming Tawanda is just bitter about Tamar's success.
Toni said that when Tracy passed, they made a promise to her that they would stay united, but now everything is falling apart, and the tension has only gotten worse. Some sources were trying to make it sound like the situation had something to do with Toni herself, but in reality, everything was boiling over between Tamar and Trina. And to make things even more complicated, there was also a little situation involving their other sister, Tawanda, but the main fire was definitely burning between Tamar and Trina. Their energy has been clashing so hard that people on set could practically feel the sparks popping in the air. The chaos between these sisters didn't just pop up out of nowhere either. It's been bubbling for a long time now, and last season was already pure madness. Their series, The Braxtons, has been airing for a good minute, and every episode made it more obvious that the tension between them was impossible to hide. They'd sit in the same room, smile for the cameras, but the vibe would hit different, like everyone was trying to pretend the room wasn't full of stress. Sure, every sister had her own struggles and her own moments of drama last season, but something about the way Tamar and Trina interacted felt completely off. Their energy wasn't just awkward, it was like they were carrying unspoken grudges and unfinished arguments that kept leaking through the screen. This wasn't your regular, everyday disagreement. This was something deeper that had been simmering for a long time. Sibling disagreements happen, but this situation feels way deeper than a simple back and forth. You'd think they would be more supportive this time, especially since so much of the season focused on Tracy's passing in 2022, which left a huge emotional mark on all of them. Losing a family member is never easy, and losing a sister hits in a way that stays with you no matter how strong you try to act. To deal with everything weighing on them, the sisters started going to therapy together, trying to heal as a unit. The show even filmed them in a group grief counseling session with a therapist named Spirit, where they tried to unpack everything they've been carrying. But even inside that safe space, Tamar and Tawanda just couldn't keep the peace, and the tension crawled right back in like it never left. Tamar came at Tawanda, accusing her of not putting real effort into keeping their bond alive. Tawanda didn't back down for a second, saying she was focusing on her own well-being and setting her own boundaries to protect her peace. And honestly, those two barely talk these days, which tells you how deep this rift has gotten. If you ask Tamar, she fully believes the only reason Tawanda even picks up her calls or replies to her texts is because the cameras are rolling and the show needs them to look connected. That belief alone shows how much the trust between them has cracked, and it's turning every conversation into a bigger issue than it needs to be. Tamar said, "It's a matter of respect. I respect where people are." She meant it, but the whole vibe still felt heavy, because the room had tension you could almost touch. And it's one thing when family drama happens behind closed doors, but when the whole world gets a front row seat to the mess, the pressure gets hotter, and everything feels 10 times louder. Fans have definitely noticed the uncomfortable energy between them, and it's getting harder to ignore how tense things feel on screen. At this point, nobody can tell if they're actually trying to fix their bond or if they've accepted that their relationship might never go back to how it used to be. One thing is clear. This whole situation is heavy, and something in the air says this mess isn't calming down anytime soon. People haven't forgotten when Tawanda jumped on live last year to talk about her relationship with Tamar and said this, right? She said, "Yeah, I wanna clear up some discrepancies though. My piece. That's it. That's just it." She made it sound simple, but the message was loaded, and everybody felt it. The comment section turned into a full-on disaster zone, with folks jumping in claiming Tawanda was bitter about Tamar's success. Tamar has built a strong career in music, reality TV, and live television, and she's out here stacking achievements while staying booked and busy. Tawanda is also working hard and building her own path, but the internet never cares about balance. People will always pick sides and stir trouble just to keep the conversation hot. In this case, Tamar's fans were convinced that the only reason Tawanda went live and spoke on Tamar the way she did was because she was secretly bothered by Tamar's success. They painted the whole situation like it was jealousy in disguise, tossing opinions around as if they knew every detail of what happens behind closed doors. But one thing about Tawanda, She's not the type to let people talk wild about her without stepping up and clapping back in her own way. She's always been the kind of woman who will defend her name, keep her dignity, and shut down any storyline she feels is twisting the truth. And trust me when I say she dragged Tamar's fans. She dragged them with no hesitation. She wasn't holding back at all, and the whole internet felt that energy instantly. When Tawanda got married a few days ago, Tamar was the only sister who didn't get an invite, and this wasn't some accident or oversight. That absence spoke louder than any statement they could have posted, and it showed just how deep the cracks in their bond really are. Last season was already a full, hot mess, but most people thought they had finally handled their issues like grown, mature women ready to turn the page. But according to new reports, things got so explosive behind the scenes that production had to hit the brakes and temporarily pause filming. One report even said that producers shut down taping of the Braxtons after a heated blow-up between Tamar and her sisters that got way too intense for cameras. Season 2 is supposed to drop this summer, and fans were hyped. But after everything that went down with Tamar and Tawanda last season, everyone assumed the argument must have been about those two again. But then Trina stepped in and made it extremely clear that she and Tamar were the ones going through a rough patch. She posted, "To everyone who has distanced themselves from me, kindly stay there." That line hit like a warning shot, and the internet immediately started digging for clues. So what happened between these two women, and why is Trina this upset with Tamar? The streets are talking, and the whispers are pointing to a situation involving their niece, Ashley, and Trina's ex being exposed for inappropriate behavior. Ashley allegedly claimed she told Trina that her husband, Gabe Solis, was being creepy. But Trina didn't take her side and instead stood with her husband, even though she knew what he did. That decision left a stain on their relationship and brought a lot of hurt feelings into the mix. Now the whole situation is circling back around, resurfacing at the worst possible time, and Tamar speaking on it reportedly reopened wounds Trina wasn't ready to deal with. Their family history is tangled, emotional, and complicated, which makes this new fallout even harder to navigate. Now, Gabe, may he rest in peace, was definitely not the ideal partner for Trina, and that became clear over the years. He spent a big part of their 12-year marriage being unfaithful, and eventually Trina matched the energy because their relationship was so tangled that calling it toxic almost feels too simple. Their dynamic was messy, unpredictable, and full of twists that nobody could have scripted. Even with all the chaos, they somehow kept circling back to each other, no matter how bad things got. And of course, every bit of it played out on Braxton family values for the world to witness, which only made their situation even more intense. So when people heard rumors that Gabe may have crossed boundaries in ways he shouldn't have, it sadly didn't shock anyone, because he already had a reputation for letting his eyes wander. Now, for anyone who doesn't know Ashley Braxton, she's the daughter of Michael Braxton, the older brother of the famous Braxton sisters. She started gaining attention online when she shared a serious story about how one of her aunts allegedly sided with her husband in a way that left her feeling pushed out of the family and manipulated. That story hit the internet like a lightning bolt, and because it involved a Braxton, it exploded fast. The details Ashley shared were intense, emotional, and deeply personal. And the fact that it involved family only made everything even heavier. Ashley, who is now 32, explained that everything happened back when she was much younger, during a time when she assumed her family home was a safe space. She said she had gone to visit her aunt, the way any relative would, expecting nothing unusual, expecting normal family warmth. But according to her, while she was there, her aunt's husband started behaving in ways that made her deeply uncomfortable, crossing boundaries no person should ever cross. She described his actions as inappropriate and unsettling, and the moment stuck with her for years because she felt blindsided by someone who should have been trustworthy. Ashley also claimed that instead of supporting her or protecting her, her aunt allegedly downplayed the situation and stood with her husband, which made Ashley feel isolated and unheard. That choice left a long-lasting scar, and the emotional fallout shaped the tension that still exists within parts of the Braxton family today. Things took an even darker turn when Ashley said he started sending her messages that were completely out of line and wildly inappropriate for any young family member to receive from an adult. That kind of situation can shake anyone, especially when it comes from someone who was supposed to be part of the trusted family circle. Ashley eventually went back home, completely rattled by the whole experience and unsure how to even process what had happened. But the situation didn't stay hidden for long, because her stepmother ended up coming across the messages and instantly knew something was wrong. She didn't waste a single moment. She brought everything straight to Michael Braxton, because a situation like that can't be brushed aside. Michael was deeply disturbed by what he saw, shocked that something this serious could be connected to his own family. He immediately reached out to his sister, Ashley's aunt, to talk through what was going on and figure out the truth. But according to Ashley, the reaction she got wasn't what anyone would expect from a relative hearing something this serious. Instead of approaching the situation with concern, calm, or any form of accountability, Ashley claims her aunt defended her husband and flipped the situation back onto her. That move left Ashley feeling even more hurt, confused, and betrayed, especially since she believed her aunt was supposed to be the person who stood up for her during something so heavy. Reports also say Ashley explained that her stepmother and father saw multiple inappropriate messages exchanged between herself and her aunt's partner, and that's what pushed them to act fast. Ashley said that in the beginning, her aunt appeared loving, supportive, and genuinely upset about what Ashley went through, which made her believe she had someone in her corner. But over time, Ashley felt like her aunt switched up, pulling away emotionally and no longer showing the same understanding she had at the start. That shift left Ashley feeling isolated, like the situation was being swept under the rug instead of handled properly, which only made the emotional damage even deeper. The whole situation grew into this heavy cloud hanging over the family, and every layer that came out later only made the story more explosive. Ashley said that as she got older, she started to fully understand how off everything felt, and it hit her that it was strange her aunt seemed comfortable with her partner's behavior given the circumstances. She said it felt like the love she expected from her own family just disappeared, like it was cut off without warning, leaving her confused and hurt. She went on to explain that her unnamed aunt acted like Ashley somehow started the whole situation or was part of the problem, and blaming someone that young made the whole thing even more painful. Ashley said that through therapy she finally learned how she coped at the time, but also understood that none of the blame belonged on her because she should have never been put near a situation like that in the first place. Ashley shared that she opened up to friends who had gone through similar experiences, and she said it hurts her that this is something they can bond over because it's the kind of pain nobody should ever relate to. She spoke about it with honesty, showing how heavy it still feels even now. Ashley didn't reveal which aunt it was, and she kept that part private, but the timeline gave people enough clues to start connecting dots. The situation reportedly went down 16 years ago, which made fans start looking at who the Braxton sisters were married to during that period. And that's when things got even louder online. At that time, the list looked like this. Trina was married to Gabriel Solis, Tamar was married to Daryl Lumby, Tracy was with Kevin Surratt, and Tawanda was with Andre Carter. Breaking down the timeline like that made people look at each marriage differently, trying to understand which household the situation may have happened in, and the discussions got intense fast. But even with all that speculation, the only thing Ashley made clear is that her pain came from someone inside the family circle, someone she trusted. And that realization alone still hits hard whenever she talks about it. So technically, any one of them could be the Aunt Ashley was talking about. And since she was careful not to drop a single name, it became almost impossible to know exactly who she meant without more details. But let's be real for a second. When has the internet ever waited for full details before jumping into detective mode? The moment Ashley's video started gaining traction, people did what they always do. They started digging like it was their full-time job. Fans and online sleuths went straight into investigation mode, scrolling through old interviews, reality show clips, past family arguments, and every little piece of Braxton drama they could find, looking for any clue that might expose who she meant. And honestly, considering how much of the Braxton family's life has played out on reality TV for years, there was plenty of material to sift through. Every season had its own storm, its own storyline, and its own moment that made people think, wait, could this be the clue? People love a mystery, and this one had the kind of tension that keeps the internet glued to their screens. The first big clue Ashley gave was that the man involved was allegedly doing something similar on television, and that detail made fans lock in even harder. Because anyone who has followed the Braxtons for a while knows that their family has never been shy about showing real problems on camera. Their highs and lows have played out in full color, sometimes messy, sometimes emotional, but always very real. Once Ashley dropped that detail, the internet instantly started connecting it to moments they remembered from the show. Moments where certain husbands were acting questionable, crossing lines, or just moving strange on camera. Viewers started reposting old clips, breaking them down frame by frame, like they were solving a crime scene. And the fact that the Braxton family has been open about their issues on and off screen only added fuel to the investigation frenzy, because people felt like all the clues were hiding right there in years of footage waiting to be spotted.
So my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
and
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the
accident, give me my money back. That was not a gift.
Not supposed to say anything. The only thing that brings us together is the cameras. I can't wait
But
to
I won't
see
be
it.
able to be there. But that's why I was calling you.
That made me very sad.
I know.
Let's dive into this because the Braxton family drama just flipped into something wild and straight up unbelievable. This whole situation between Tamar and Tawanda is way deeper than people thought, and it's loaded with broken trust, big money, and sisters turning on each other when they were supposed to be tight like glue. We're talking about $50,000. Not pocket change, not let me borrow a little something, but a real down payment.
Has been using my credit card to pay her phone bill.
My phone bill?
No, Tony.
Beautiful.
So what?
Tamar handed Tawanda that money to lock in a house, a full-on place to live, something serious. But now Tawanda is out here acting like the cash was just some friendly gift, like Tamar just handed her 50 grand for fun. That's wild. And here's the thing. This isn't some random rumor someone made up online. There's a real property tied to this whole mess, a real listing, and actual receipts that link everything together.
I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
and
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the
accident,
gift.
give me my money back. That was not a gift.
Promise to God. Yes, it was. But it's
no,
okay.
you did.
The same house that popped up on their reality show lines up perfectly with what Tamar talked about. And that makes everything hit even harder. It's not just talk. It's real-life proof sitting in plain sight. What makes everything even more shocking is how the rest of the sisters decided to play it. Tony, Trina, all of them apparently knew exactly what went down, but instead of helping clear Tamar's name, they stood back and let people think she was being dramatic or even making stuff up. That's rough, especially when it's family and you expect them to step up when stuff gets messy.
You didn't. Tawanda told me her lender needed to see the money in her account and that she was waiting on a check and she would be giving me my money back. I was reluctant, but I said, okay.
Thank you so much.
You said I will pay you back the next day, and then you listed me as a creditor.
Oh my.
This whole thing is already sounding like the beginning of a storm, and it's only the first layer of the drama. That's cold on a whole different level, especially when you know someone is already battling their own mental and emotional struggles. Tamar has always kept it real about the things she's faced. She never hid that. So for her own family to gaslight her on national TV like she was confused or making things up, that's harsh. And here's the wild part. Tamar straight up told Tawanda on the show, I paid your down payment, and Tawanda didn't deny anything. She didn't argue. She didn't correct her. She actually thanked her right there in front of everybody. So how in the world does that suddenly turn into, it was a gift? Come on now. That's not how real agreements work, and everybody knows it.
It was absolutely a gift. And it wasn't that I approached her. She said, but I want to help you get, it's like, okay. And that's just something that we used to do as sisters, help each other.
Well, the burden on you is the one that made it out. But you gotta be willing to let them fly.
I feel like I do. I feel like they don't let me.
What's making this whole situation even louder is what people have been whispering about Tawanda's money habits. Folks have been saying she's had issues with spending and borrowing before, and now everything Tamar said is starting to look way too real. Tamar even mentioned that Tawanda came into some money, something tied to a lawsuit or settlement, and even then she still didn't pay her back. That's the part that's got everyone raising their eyebrows. At this point, it's getting hard to defend Tawanda's actions because the whole thing looks less like sisterly support and way more like a straight-up betrayal. Seeing your own sister struggling and still acting like you don't owe her anything, that hits different. And listen, watching Tamar stay firm while everyone around her acted clueless, that speaks volumes. This was never just about the money. This was about loyalty, respect, and the truth being ignored while the whole world was watching. This part right here really exposes everything, because how are you living in a nice house, looking comfortable, pockets looking all right, but you still can't pay back the sister who helped you when you were down? That's the type of thing that makes people question everything, and that's wild for real. If someone comes through for you with that kind of support when you're struggling, the least you can do is make things right. Now let's break this down, because once you look at the real estate side of the story, the truth starts slipping out fast. When you're buying a house, every single dollar has to be tracked and explained. No mystery cash, no, it just showed up. None of that. The bank needs proof of where the money came from and exactly who sent it. You can get help from a family member, sure, but it all has to be in writing with full documentation, because lenders don't play around with big amounts. So if Tamar really transferred $50,000 to Tawanda, that clearly wasn't some casual, here, take this as a gift moment. This sounds much more like a short-term loan to make Tawanda look financially ready for the home purchase, the type of thing people do when they're trying to get approved and need their bank statements to look solid. That's why Tawanda suddenly calling it a gift doesn't match how real estate works at all. The numbers don't add up, the story doesn't line up, and the timing makes the whole thing look even more suspicious. It feels like someone changed the narrative after the fact. And here's where it goes, from messy to straight up unbelievable. Tamar reportedly said Tawanda promised she would return the money the very next day, like it was supposed to be a quick turnaround. But instead of paying her back, Tamar later finds out Tawanda listed her as a creditor in her bankruptcy case. That means Tawanda officially put Tamar on paperwork as someone she owed money to, even though she was publicly claiming the money was a gift. That twist right there is the kind of thing that makes people stop and go, wait, what? This whole situation just keeps getting more intense with every detail. Like what? That's bold on a whole different level. Let me break this down real quick, because this part right here is where things start looking real shady. Now, I'm not saying Tawanda actually did this, but some folks out there will list someone as a creditor in their bankruptcy just so the debt gets wiped clean. That way, they don't have to pay back the person who helped them in the first place. And guess who ends up losing? The same person who stepped up for them when they were struggling. That's messed up. And here's the part that makes everybody's eyebrows shoot up. There are real bankruptcy filings with Tamar's name on them, and it's public record. That alone backs up what Tamar has been saying from the jump. This isn't some rumor floating around. This is actual paperwork filed with the court. That gives the story a whole different weight. Now let's talk about the timeline, because it hits hard. Tawanda bought her home in 2018, right? But by April 2019, she was already filing for bankruptcy. That's barely a year later. So what does that tell you? She took the $50,000, closed on the property, then turned around and filed for bankruptcy, like wiping her sister off the debt meant nothing. If that doesn't look like a setup, then what does? At this point, it really starts to feel like Tawanda never planned to pay Tamar back in the first place. And to make everything even stranger, Tamar says it was $50,000, while Tawanda keeps insisting it was only $35,000. Why can't the numbers even match up? How do you misremember tens of thousands of dollars? Somebody is clearly twisting the story, and it's not hard to see who benefits the most from all this confusion. You know what's wild? That whole $35,000 versus $50,000 argument actually makes sense once you really think about it. If someone borrowed money all the way back in 2018, and we're only talking about it now, years later, the amount could have easily gone up just from interest alone. So that difference Tawanda keeps talking about might not be some mystery. It might just be the result of her waiting forever to pay back what she owed. And let's keep it real. Tamar had proof. This wasn't some friendly little, oh, here's a sweet gift moment. There were receipts, documents, and actual bankruptcy records showing she was supposed to be repaid. So for Tawanda to sit there and act like the money was just a gift, that's not just wrong. That's straight up gaslighting your own sister while the whole world is watching. Like, how do you take something that serious and twist it into something casual just to protect your image? That's wild. Tawanda even tried to flip the story and make it look like Tamar was offering help she never asked for, trying to paint Tamar as controlling, like she was using money to hold something over her. But come on now, this wasn't the first time Tamar stepped in to help her. According to reports, Tamar had been covering Tawanda's phone bills. Not one line, not two lines. 6 phone lines, all on Tamar's own credit card. 6. Who even needs that many lines? That's not helping out a sister. That's taking advantage of somebody's kindness until they're drained. And here's the part that blows my mind even more. Tamar wasn't out here bragging about any of this. She wasn't running around telling everyone what she paid for or trying to embarrass anyone. She kept it quiet until the whole situation pushed her to speak up because things were getting twisted beyond recognition. That's when you know someone has really reached their limit. After all that, Tawanda had the nerve to act like she's the victim, like Tamar is the bad one just because she finally called her out. Come on now. If this were anybody else, people would be calling it exactly what it looks like, straight up taking someone's money and pretending nothing happened. Tamar had every right to take legal action, and the fact that she didn't shows how much she still cared about keeping the family together instead of seeking revenge. But instead of supporting her, the rest of the Braxton crew, Trina, Tony, even their mother Evelyn, all seemed to slide onto Tawanda's side. They actually defended her, and that's wild to see. There were even rumors going around that they wanted to call the police on Tamar, the same person who lost the money. How does that even make sense? How do you protect the one who took the money and turn on the one who trusted them? Somebody needs to explain that logic because it's not lining up at all. At this point, the whole situation is screaming jealousy and favoritism from miles away. It's clear some of the sisters can't stand how Tamar always finds herself in the spotlight, and instead of dealing with their own feelings, they gang up on her like that's going to fix anything, and Tawanda trying to deflect by bringing up Tony's condo situation. Please. There's a huge difference between asking your sister if she's staying somewhere temporarily and taking her money or using her credit cards without permission. One is a simple conversation, the other is a whole crime. Trying to lump those things together doesn't make Tawanda look innocent. It makes her look like she's scrambling to shift blame onto anything and anyone else. This part right here shows how twisted the whole thing became because instead of honesty and accountability, it turned into blame games and finger pointing. What really gets me is how Tony and Trina acted through all of this. They knew exactly what Tawanda did, the credit card situation, the money, all of it, and they still stood by her like nothing happened. How do you watch your own sister cross the line like that and still defend her? That's not loyalty. That's straight up enabling bad behavior. And here's the part that really hits. Tony even admitted on camera that she knew what was going on. She literally confirmed it herself. So that means the whole family knew the truth from the start. But instead of speaking up, they all circled around Tawanda like they were protecting her from the consequences. That's sad, because that's not what real family support looks like. That's not protecting someone. That's covering up wrongdoing just to keep the family image polished. And Tony's reaction, that little smug smirk when she said, "Family helps each other." Excuse me, since when does taking someone's money count as helping? Since when does taking $50,000, filing bankruptcy to dodge repayment, and maxing out your sister's credit card turn into family helping family? Be serious. That's not family support. That's taking advantage of someone who trusted you. And Tony's calm, unbothered attitude while all this was playing out just shows how deep the cracks run in that family when it comes to loyalty and fairness. Some people get protected no matter what they do, and some people get blamed no matter what they didn't do. But let's get to the part that sent chills down my spine. Tamar said, "You don't want to go blow for blow with me." That line right there showed she was sitting on a whole mountain of truths she'd been holding back for years. It made everything feel 10 times heavier, like this drama wasn't even close to being over. "I know where the bodies are buried. That's not just a comeback. That's a straight-up warning shot." That line tells me Tamar is sitting on way more receipts, way more secrets, and way more truth than anybody in that family wants to face. She was basically saying, "I've been quiet long enough, but if you push me, I'll drop everything." And honestly, after watching how her own family treated her, who could blame her if she finally let it all out? Because let's keep it real. Tamar got painted as the crazy one, the liar, the problem, the dramatic sister who always made things bigger than they were. But when you actually look at the paperwork, the dates, the money trail, everything lines up with exactly what she's been saying since day one. The proof is literally sitting right there in black and white. Let's break it down one more time. Tawanda gets the house in 2018 using Tamar's $50,000. Cool. But not even a year later, in 2019, she files for bankruptcy and lists Tamar as a creditor, which wipes out the debt completely. Then you've got the credit card situation. Unauthorized spending, multiple charges, and Tamar footing the bill without even knowing it first. And still, not one sister stepped up to defend Tamar. Not one single voice saying, "Hey, she's telling the truth." Instead, they all stayed quiet, acting like it was minor drama, brushing it off like it didn't matter. Why? Let's be honest, it comes down to jealousy, favoritism, or maybe a messy mix of both. Whatever the reason is, it's toxic. The truth is this: the Braxton sisters, especially Tawanda, betrayed Tamar in a way that cuts deep, period. Let's call it what it is. Tawanda acted like a sister who couldn't handle Tamar shining brighter, and instead of owning her actions, she slid into shady territory. And instead of holding her accountable, the family just turned their heads and let everything slide like it was normal. And what's worse, this wasn't a one-time slip-up. This was a pattern, a whole cycle of ignoring Tamar's side and protecting the one who caused the damage. This part right here shows how twisted the family dynamics really were and how much Tamar had to swallow just to keep the peace. Every single detail from Tamar's side, the money, the documents, the public records, all of it lines up perfectly. The evidence does not lie, and yet her sisters still threw her under the bus like none of it mattered. That's the part that hits the hardest, because the way they gaslighted Tamar in front of everybody was honestly sickening. Picture this: you lend your sister $50,000 out of pure love, just trying to help her get back on her feet. No drama, no pressure, just family supporting family. Then she doesn't pay you back, files bankruptcy to wipe the whole thing away, and somehow still flips the story to make you look unstable. That's not just sneaky. That's cold and calculated. And what makes it even worse is how the rest of the family played along like nothing was wrong, acting like Tamar was being too much or extra just for telling the truth. That's manipulation, emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty, and it's exhausting watching someone get painted as dramatic when all they did was speak facts. Let's be honest, Tamar has had one of the strongest careers out of all the sisters besides Tony. She built her own lane, dropped hits, had major TV moments, created iconic moments, and earned real success that people still talk about. And you know what comes with success? Jealousy. And you can feel it heavy in this situation. It's like Tawanda couldn't stand watching Tamar win while she was still struggling. So what did she do? She found a way to benefit from Tamar's kindness, took advantage of her support, and when the truth came to the surface, she played the victim like she was the one wronged. And instead of correcting things, the rest of the family closed ranks around Tawanda like the whole situation was just a misunderstanding. They acted like nothing happened, like Tamar was making noise for no reason, like the evidence wasn't sitting right there in plain sight. This right here shows exactly how deep the jealousy and favoritism runs, and how fast people will flip a story when someone else's success makes them uncomfortable. What does that really say? It tells Tamar loud and clear that her money is good enough for them, but her feelings don't matter. Her truth doesn't matter. It's basically saying, we'd rather protect the one who did wrong than the one who got wronged. That's not loyalty. That's toxicity, wrapped up in a pretty bow and labeled family. Because real family doesn't cover up lies or defend someone's bad actions just because they share the same last name. Real family checks you when you're wrong, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it hurts. That's what accountability is supposed to look like. And for anybody trying to shrug this off as just family drama, let's be serious for a second. This isn't some petty argument or little disagreement. We're talking about fraud, financial betrayal, and straight-up theft. Tamar could have pressed charges if she wanted to. She had every right to, but she didn't. And why? Because she still loved her sister enough to protect her, even after being hurt. And what did she get back in return? Lies, denial, public embarrassment. Tawanda acting innocent after everything that happened is next-level boldness. Tamar gave her grace, and Tawanda turned that grace into another weapon against her. And you know what makes this whole situation even more twisted? The way Tamar's silence has been flipped and used against her. People see her staying quiet and think she's over it or being dramatic, but that's not what silence always means. Sometimes being quiet comes from being done, not defeated. She's had to sit back and watch her family rewrite the story in real time, acting like things happen differently, acting like she's exaggerating, acting like the truth is optional, and instead of defending her, they used her vulnerability as a tool to make her look unstable, like her pain didn't count, like her voice wasn't worth listening to. This wasn't just betrayal. It was emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty. And seeing her pushed aside like that says everything about how deep the divide really is. That's not peace, that's pressure. Behind the scenes, insiders have said Tamar has been distancing herself from all the chaos for real. No more family vacations, no more group interviews, no more pretending everything is sunshine when it's not. She's choosing her peace, and honestly, that might be the smartest move she's ever made. Because what do you do when your own bloodline becomes the source of your pain? You protect yourself, even if it means stepping away from the people you love the most. Sometimes survival means creating distance, even if it hurts. Meanwhile, Tawanda has been moving like nothing ever went down, smiling online, doing interviews, acting unbothered, like her whole reputation isn't hanging by a thread. It's almost like she's trying to outshine the scandal by pretending it never existed, like if she ignores it long enough, everybody else will too. But the internet doesn't forget. Every time her name comes up, people still mention that bankruptcy filing and that missing $50,000. That's a stain no PR trick, no interview, and no pretending can wash away. What makes this even more heartbreaking is how divided the fan base is now. Some folks are still praying the sisters can work things out someday, but a lot of people are completely done. They see the pattern clear as day. Every single time Tamar tells her truth, the family gaslights her until she looks like the villain in her own story. It's a cycle, a deep, messy cycle, and this time it feels like she's finally breaking it. She's choosing herself, choosing her healing, choosing peace over pretending. And honestly, this whole situation shows how fame, money, and pride can wreck a family from the inside out. The Braxton name used to represent unity, talent, and sisterhood, but now it's tangled up with betrayal, jealousy, and silence that says way more than words ever could. Tamar's story isn't just about the money. It's about the emotional hit that comes from loving people who keep proving they don't love you the same way back. And the saddest part, that wound didn't come from strangers. It came from home. At this point, it's hard not to shake your head at how deep this betrayal really runs. It's one thing to make a mistake, but it's a whole different level of boldness to keep pretending nothing ever happened while the person you hurt is left carrying all the weight. Tamar tried to protect her sister, tried to keep the peace, tried to hold the family together, and somehow she still got painted as the villain. That kind of emotional damage, no amount of money could ever fix that. You can feel the shift too. The vibe between the sisters isn't what it used to be. Every interview, every post, every moment they're seen together, there's this quiet tension that speaks louder than words ever could. And even though Tamar has been staying silent, that silence is powerful. Sometimes the strongest clapback is peace, and it's starting to show exactly who's been in the wrong all along. Meanwhile, watching Tawanda act like everything's smooth while the receipts are out in the open, whew! That's a whole different level of audacity. She's smiling for the cameras, posting online like nothing ever went down. But let's be real, the internet does not forget. People remember the filings, the money trail, the credit card drama, every loose detail that still doesn't add up. And every single time Tawanda's name starts trending, those same stories pop right back up. You can try your hardest to clean up your image, but you can't erase the truth, especially when the truth is sitting in public records. And honestly, This whole situation is a reminder that sometimes family drama hits harder than anything else. Because betrayal from someone who shares your blood, that cut hits deeper than anything. Tamar deserved honesty, not humiliation. Support, not silence. Truth, not twisted narratives. And after watching how everything went down, nobody can blame her for stepping back to protect her peace. That's the full breakdown, the truth behind the Braxton chaos. So drop your thoughts in the comments because this one has the whole internet divided. Do you think Tamar should finally air everything out or let it go for good? And before you scroll away, make sure you hit that subscribe button because more shocking celebrity twists and messy receipts are coming your way. And if you really want to keep the drama rolling, subscribe to the Juicy Real channel. That's where the real tea never sleeps.
This is why I got an attitude about the story, because somebody else's moment was hijacked. When you woke up in the morning, when all of us woke up in the morning, the story was not how great Versus was. The story was not, ooh, that was a Versus for the history books. The story was not, ooh, Versus was so good. The story is Tamar Braxton, Cash Money No Limit Versus. That, I think that did a disservice to the whole thing. Hijacked somebody else's, and I'm not implying that it was intentional. Somebody else's moment was hijacked. The next morning, none of the stories related to Versus should have had anything to do with the Tamar Braxton.
So what is it about Birdman that has everyone losing their minds lately? Kimora Lee even has her daughters calling him Uncle Birdman like he's family. Keisha Cole was out here throwing hands over him. And now Tony and Tamar are getting dragged into a whole new mess about who was with him first. The streets stayed talking and the sisters keep catching heat, with people clowning Tamar for supposedly getting involved with Birdman behind Tony's back. But the real twist, I was shocked when I found out Tony was actually the one who crossed that line with Tamar first, not the other way around. That flip alone is wild. And Debrat is not letting anybody come for her friend this time. She came ready with receipts and confidence like she's stepping into court. She straight up showed that Tamar wasn't the one taking Tony's man. Instead, things were flipped completely because Tamar was the one who had Birdman first, long before Tony ever stepped into the picture. And she still tried to keep things.
Y'all know how people were calling Tamar out for being all over Birdman, rubbing his head and treating him like she's his. She was moving up and down in the background like Birdman was her husband. Child, at one point, she was even wiping the sweat off of his brow with a smile on her face like he was her man too.
But now the real question is hanging in the air like smoke. Is Debrat telling the truth? Or is this just some messy talk to stir things up even more? That's the part that has everyone pacing. People keep remembering the way Tamar was seen all over Birdman, rubbing his head, putting that special soft voice energy on him, and treating him like she was the one holding the title, while Tony, the actual partner, was at home. Every clip, every picture, every little moment had folks tilting their heads like they just witnessed something they weren't supposed to see. This whole situation is layered like a soap opera that refuses to end, and every new detail is louder than the last.
Tamar, girl, why are you wiping the sweat off of Birdman's head like that, sis? Now, as a married woman, I think I can grab the mic real quick and speak on this because even though it may, like, she may be innocently doing it, girl, no, you don't do that. Like, the man's been performing on stage all this time and he don't need you wiping the sweat off his head. Now, I'm hoping it was just like a gesture, but girl, y'all are all performers. Like, don't do that.
She was moving around in the background like Birdman was her home partner's kid, acting real familiar in a way that had everybody staring a little too long. There was even a moment where she leaned in and wiped the sweat off his forehead with this warm smile like she was taking care of her man right in front of the whole room. That clip alone had people hitting replay with their jaws on the floor.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit card.
A video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony to show that there was nothing to worry about.
Folks definitely called her out for it because the vibe was way past friendly, but Tamar stood her ground and fired back, saying she was only there to help her sister. She even posted a video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony, trying to prove everything was cool and nothing shady was happening.
But best believe people were not buying that explanation at all. Showing support is one thing, but the way she was touching him, laughing with him, and moving like they had a whole inside connection, that looked completely different to everyone watching.
Tawanda, baby, I love her to pieces. But hide your stuff when she come over, because she snatched the wig off your head when you looked the other way. She's super sneaky, clever, and crafty.
Then things got even hotter because the sisters were literally one breath away from a physical fight after Tawanda came out and exposed Tamar for messing with Birdman behind Tony's back. That moment sent shockwaves through the family. The whole mess kicked off after Tamar tried to get slick and embarrass Tawanda by saying she knew where she lived only because she helped her cover the down payment on her house.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit cards and help me.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You stole men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Stop.
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead. Oh,
bitch. Dirty, low-down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
That comment had the room tightening up instantly. But Tamar didn't stop there. She kept pushing and accused Tawanda of secretly using her credit cards for years without permission. She dropped that claim like it was nothing, and the whole situation exploded on the spot. Every accusation added another layer, and the tension between them snapped harder with each word.
Tony Braxton?
Tony Braxton, I got
Tony Braxton. No, Tony Braxton ain't never had your back.
I got Tony Braxton.
I want it on record. I want it on national television. You want to say I don't have your back?
You didn't have my back when it came to y'all.
And honestly, none of this is shocking because Tawanda has a whole history of grabbing things that don't belong to her, and people haven't forgotten about that at all. There were old claims floating around about Tawanda taking their mother's Social Security checks, plus whispers that she might have taken money from Tony, too. Those stories didn't come out of thin air, and fans remembered every bit of it when this drama came up again. The interesting part is how Tawanda's own bankruptcy documents laid everything bare. Those papers show she owes close to $500,000 in debt, and they clearly list a $35,000 loan from Tamar that went toward the down payment for her house. So Tamar's accusations aren't just empty talk. She actually has some real paperwork on her side. It paints a picture of Tawanda allegedly dipping into her sister's pockets and expecting everybody to stay quiet like it's normal. But Tawanda wasn't about to let Tamar walk around like she had the upper hand, not even for a minute. She clapped back hard and exposed Tamar for sneaking around with her sister's man, dropping that claim like a bomb in the middle of the room. And the way Tamar completely lost it after hearing that, you could tell she didn't see it coming at all. She looked stunned, like someone had yanked the ground right from under her feet.
The Brat and Tamar worked on This Nation. They became close, they became friends, whatever. So if you know, the Braxtons came out last week and Tawanda stated that Tamar slept with Tony's ex, yada, yada, yada. There was a versus last weekend. Tamar was on stage with Birdman, wiping off his sweat, stopping him from drinking, getting drunk, whatever. Now it's going around that Tamar and Birdman dated back in 2003, and now we know that Tony and Birdman are married.
But the person who seemed genuinely shaken was Toni Braxton. Her face said everything without her having to speak a single word. She looked like she had been hit with a secret she never expected to hear. And meanwhile, Tawanda had clearly been sitting on this information for who knows how long, holding it tight until the perfect moment to flip the whole situation upside down. And you just know she kept that info tucked away on purpose so she could throw it right back at Tamar when the moment hit just right. From Trina's reaction alone, it looked like she already knew the whole situation too, which made it even stranger, because how do you keep something that serious from your own sister? This isn't small talk. This is one sister allegedly being involved with another sister's partner, and somehow the family moved like it was just another Tuesday. And it didn't stop at one person either. According to Tawanda, it was two of Tony's men, which instantly had people saying the Braxton sisters must secretly dislike each other at this point, because that kind of betrayal isn't simple. The second Tawanda claimed Tamar had been around Tony's partners, the internet went straight into detective mode, trying to figure out who she meant. And soon enough, Tamar's name started popping up not only with Birdman, but also with Carrie Lewis Opham Condition too. That had social media spinning all over again. The wild part is this rumor stretches all the way back to 2011, when a blogger claimed Tamar slept with Tony's ex-husband because she wanted to level up and get access to the right circles. And to make it even more complicated, the Post said the situation wasn't one-sided. It claimed Tony had been involved with Vince first, before basically stepping aside, and Tamar ended up with him instead. That old rumor resurfaced fast the moment this drama kicked up. And let's not pretend this is the first time Tamar's been dragged into a situation like this. People still remember when she got heavy backlash over that situation with Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father. That moment followed her for years. So when you start putting all these pieces together, the story doesn't sound impossible at all, especially if she believed being tied to the right man could boost her career or open new doors. This whole thing turned into a giant knot of accusations, old rumors, and family tension that just keeps getting louder every time someone speaks. And then Tamar started getting close with Birdman again, and their whole vibe looked way too familiar for people not to notice. It made folks wonder, why didn't Tawanda or Trina ever act excited around him at that versus battle? Because if he was supposed to be their brother-in-law, wouldn't they be showing him big love too? The energy was off, and the silence from them made everything feel even stranger. But even though Tamar has been wrapped up in plenty of messy moments with her sisters, the brat stepped in and made it clear this situation wasn't one where the family had the right to judge her at all. The brat flat out confirmed Tamar and Birdman had a real relationship way back in 2003, which is wild because that was before Tony even connected her with Vince. That part shocked everybody. And according to the brat, whatever Tony had with Birdman came way later, so the timeline people tried to push on Tamar doesn't match the truth at all. The brat also said the way people keep calling her out makes no sense, especially since Tamar stayed nothing but supportive even after her own sister married a man she once dated. That's a lot of emotional maturity for someone constantly painted as the messy one, and she really has shown support too. This wasn't even the first time she hyped up Tony and Birdman together. People still remember when she and her family dressed up as Tony and Birdman for Halloween to show love and keep everything playful. So yeah, this is exactly the type of thing Tamar does. She stands behind her sister, even when the internet tries to twist the story. And the brat is not letting anybody act like Tamar was out of line this time, because the real timeline tells a different story. The whole situation is a full-blown mess. And of course, the internet jumped in fast with their opinions flying everywhere. People were quick to say that a lot of these celebrity men are really just pass-around men, acting like they're in control, while they're actually getting played right back. The way folks talk online, it's clear these guys love pretending the drama always falls on the women, when half the time, they're the ones spinning the block the most. And people didn't hold back about how Tamar kept the money rolling into the Braxton household either. Some were saying Tamar kept things afloat for a long time, but nobody wanted to bring that up because it didn't fit the narrative they wanted. But if roles were reversed, hoo-wee, they would have dragged Tamar without mercy, no hesitation at all. Tony gets a soft pass every time, but Tamar, people stay ready to throw her under the bus before hearing the full story. Then someone chimed in saying, yes, and thank you for posting before they had all these blogs. There was one called the Pantry Report, and they did report years ago that Tamar and Birdman was an item, but he got tired of her and her sense of entitlement, and that's when she got with Vince sometime after that. That comment added a whole new layer because it reminded everyone that this rumor didn't start yesterday. It has been floating around for years. So now old blog posts, old claims, and old drama are resurfacing again, mixing with everything happening today and making the story even more chaotic. This whole thing keeps growing by the hour, and every new detail has people talking louder than before. But things didn't calm down after that, not even a little bit. The internet kept digging, dragging up old interviews, old pictures, old whispers, anything that could prove who was lying and who was keeping quiet for too long. And every time a new clip resurfaced, it sparked a fresh argument because the Braxton family timeline started looking more confusing than ever. People started pointing out how Tony always kept her business polished on the outside, while Tamar wore every emotion on her sleeve, and that alone made folks judge them differently. Tamar lashes out publicly, she's dramatic. Tony moves in silence, she's classy. But now that the stories are clashing, folks online are realizing they never actually knew what was going on behind those cameras. The truth is coming out piece by piece, and nothing looks as perfect as it used to. Then, things got even crazier when fans began digging into Birdman's old interviews, where he hinted about having history with someone in the Braxton circle. He never dropped names, but the tone had people rewinding like, hold on, was he talking about Tamar this whole time? That tiny hint turned into a wildfire, because now people felt like the puzzle pieces were finally lining up. And meanwhile, Tamar stayed posting cryptic messages like she was fighting between clearing her name and protecting her family at the same time. She'd post something uplifting one minute, then drop a line about betrayal the next, making fans think she was speaking in codes. Every post had folks reading between the lines like it was a mystery novel. What made everything even wilder was how quiet Toni stayed through all of it. Her silence had the internet thinking she was either trying to stay above the chaos or waiting for the right moment to speak because the situation was way bigger than anyone realized. And now everybody's watching her page like it's breaking news, because when Toni finally speaks, that moment is going to shake everything. And just when everyone thought the drama couldn't get any louder, fans started digging into old backstage footage that showed the sisters throwing each other looks that suddenly made a whole lot more sense. One clip had Tamar walking into a room and Toni barely glancing up, and now people swear that look carried years of hidden tension. The internet was replaying it like detectives breaking down evidence frame by frame. Then more resurfaced, videos where Trina tried to keep the peace but kept shifting in her chair every time Birdman's name came up. People started reading those tiny reactions as silent confessions, saying the sisters must have been holding back way more than what they showed on the reality show. It felt like the whole family had been walking around with secrets tucked in their pockets, hoping none of them slipped out on camera. And out of nowhere, fans started bringing up that old moment when Tamar said, "People be smiling in your face but plotting behind your back." And now folks are convinced she wasn't talking about outsiders at all. That statement hit different this time, like she had been hinting at family drama long before anyone connected the dots. Suddenly, everyone was asking the same question. Was Tamar trying to warn the world without exposing her sisters directly? Meanwhile, Birdman kept doing what he always does, staying calm, moving quiet, letting the women fight it out while he kept his business in order. But that only made the internet more annoyed because everyone wanted him to clear the timeline once and for all. Instead, he stood on the sidelines like he wasn't one of the main reasons the family tension exploded in the first place. At this point, the fans felt like a bomb had gone off, and every day brought a new piece of the story nobody expected. And with the sisters being so unpredictable, everyone knew one thing for sure. This drama wasn't anywhere close to ending. And the more the internet kept pulling at loose threads, the wilder everything started looking, because now people were pointing fingers at the whole family dynamic like it had been cracked for years. Some fans even said the sisters never truly trusted each other. They just learned how to mask it on camera. That theory started spreading fast because old episodes started hitting different when you watched them with fresh eyes. Then somebody dug up an old radio interview where Tamar joked about people be acting brand new like they wasn't doing the same thing behind closed doors. And once that clip resurfaced, people were convinced she had been hinting at Toni this whole time. The comments blew up instantly, with fans arguing about whether Tamar had been throwing soft shots or simply speaking from her own experience. Either way, it added more smoke to a fire that was already blazing. But the internet didn't stop there. People started comparing timelines, outfits, award shows, and even background dates just to see who was standing next to who at what time. For a moment, it looked like fans were building a whole crime board with pictures and red strings connecting every moment the sisters were in the same room as Birdman. It got so detailed that people were analyzing facial expressions, hand placements, even breathing patterns like it was a courtroom case. Meanwhile, Tamar wasn't helping the situation by posting those emotional messages that sounded like she was speaking from a place of deep hurt. She dropped lines about loyalty, then follow it with something like, "I'll never say what really happened because I don't want to break my own heart again." And the internet was like, what does that mean? Every post felt like another piece of a puzzle she didn't want to finish. And Toni? Still quiet. Her silence was louder than every comment section put together, and people kept saying she must be sitting somewhere trying to figure out how to respond without blowing everything up completely. Because the moment Toni breaks her silence, you already know the whole internet is going to freeze like time just stopped. And just when everybody thought the drama had finally hit its peak, the drama took one last wild turn that sent the whole internet into chaos again. Fans started whispering that someone behind the scenes was planning to drop even more information, and suddenly everyone was watching the Braxton family like they were waiting for the next episode of a real-life soap opera. The tension was thick, the silence was suspicious, and the energy felt like something major was getting ready to fall. People online kept saying the family had reached a point where no one knew who was protecting who anymore. One minute, someone defended Tamar, the next, someone defended Tony, then out of nowhere, random insiders popped up claiming they knew the real story, which only made everything messier. Every rumor felt like a warning shot, and every post from the sisters made fans hold their breath because nobody knew which direction the drama would explode next. And Tamar, she kept dropping little emotional hints like she was carrying pain she didn't want to speak on. She wasn't naming names, she wasn't pointing fingers, she was just letting her feelings leak through those late-night posts that always hit harder than anything she said on TV. Her words sounded like someone trying to heal while still protecting people who never gave her the same grace, and fans felt that deeply. Meanwhile, Tony's silence reached a new whole level because now people were convinced that she was the only one who could shut this entire situation down. She had the respect, the calm, the power, and the history to put the truth on the table, but instead she stayed quiet, which made everything feel even more intense. Her silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt heavy, like she was holding back something the world wasn't ready to hear. And that's why everyone is still watching, still waiting, still refreshing pages like the next update might break the internet. Because with a family this iconic and drama this deep, one thing is guaranteed. This story isn't ending anytime soon. And if you want every shocking update, every twist, every behind-the-scenes detail, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel so you don't miss what drops next.
I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
and
that.
Now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the
accident,
gift.
give me my money back. That was not a gift.
Promise to God. Yes, it was. But it's
no,
okay.
you didn't. Stealing and helping.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't?
What I stole?
You stole men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's.
It's official. Tamar Braxton just caught the Fed's attention, and things are getting messy fast. Sources close to the FBI's Atlanta field office are saying her bankruptcy case isn't just about poor money management anymore. Nope, it's being treated as potential bankruptcy fraud. Can you believe that? New documents have reportedly surfaced showing unreported income and suspicious property transfers, and that's when everything started unraveling.
Remember Tony said she was going to do the bridal shower? Mm-hmm. She's not doing the bridal shower. Somebody else is making sure everything is right for the bridal shower. I mean, I just thought that everybody would be, you know what I'm saying, happy and excited and wanting to be a part of it and want to be involved, but I'm not getting any of that, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
The internet went wild the second that leak hit social media. Timelines flooded, people tagging Tamar Braxton left and right, asking if she was the one who tipped the feds off. The timing? Way too perfect to ignore. One fan summed it up perfectly in a viral post. Y'all stop thinking Tamar Braxton is crazy.
I'm not supposed to say anything. The only thing that brings us together is the cameras.
Her sister Tawanda listed her as a creditor. That was a gift lie. That one post, boom, it exploded overnight. By sunrise, everyone was deep diving into the receipts, and the FBI was already reviewing Tawanda's 2019 Chapter 7 filing. In that filing, Tawanda listed Tamar as someone who owed her $35,000, claiming it was a loan. But here's the catch. Tawanda has always said it was a gift. So now investigators are zeroing in on that exact line in the paperwork because one mistake like that can flip a case from financial trouble to a federal crime. Under Section 18 of the U.S. Code, a false declaration in bankruptcy is serious business. So now what started as a quiet financial cleanup might just turn into a full-blown federal mess. And people are saying, if Tamar did have anything to do with alerting the feds, this family drama just hit a whole new level. Now this is where things go absolutely crazy. The warrant the feds pulled, it wasn't just about Tawanda's bank account. Oh no, it went way deeper than that.
I can't wait to see it.
I won't be able to be there, but that's why I was calling you.
That made me very sad.
I know.
It's about to be cut off because I took my credit card off because I found out that Tawanda has been using my credit card to pay her phone bill.
My phone bill?
Insiders are whispering that Tawanda's property in Georgia, the one she supposedly transferred into her husband's name, might have been a sneaky move to hide assets from the bankruptcy trustee. That's major trouble if true. And get this, it's the same house Tamar allegedly paid the down payment on. Yep, that's the one. Tamar even brought it up on camera during an old Braxton Family Values taping where she looked Tawanda dead in the eye and said, "I know where you live because I paid the down payment." That line used to sound like playful sister shade, but now fans are saying that wasn't just drama, that was evidence. After that episode aired, things escalated fast. According to sources close to the investigation, the FBI subpoenaed credit line records tied to that very address, and what they found next shocked everybody. That's how the whole phone bill fraud angle surfaced. Turns out, Tamar's name was linked to multiple recurring phone service charges that spanned years. One fan online summed up the outrage perfectly, saying, "Tawanda so nasty, paying 6 phone lines for 12 months for 4 years, plus a $35,000 home loan. Girl, I'd never speak to you again." At first, everyone thought the internet was just being dramatic, but then the paperwork started backing it up. The FBI's case literally references long-term phone service accounts listed under Tamar's name. And if that's not suspicious, what is? This is turning into one of the juiciest family scandals reality TV has ever seen. Now it's all starting to make sense. What once looked like just another messy Braxton family argument might have actually been a full-blown paper trail of fraud. And here's the spine-chilling part. This isn't even Tawanda's first run-in with the law. If you dig deep enough, you'll find she was arrested back in 2005 in Atlanta for forgery and theft by receiving. That old case, it quietly disappeared. But clearly, the FBI didn't forget a thing. Now the internet's torn apart asking the same burning question. Did Tamar really report her own sister? Because someone had to hand over those 2019 bank statements, and everyone knows the feds don't move without solid receipts. When Tamar's name started trending right next to the phrase FBI witness, people lost their minds. Was this some kind of sisterly revenge? Or just Tamar protecting herself before things spiraled out of control? But before anyone jumps to conclusions, there's more to this story. Sources claim Tawanda might have actually dragged Tamar, and even Tony, into her financial chaos without their consent. Imagine being pulled into a federal mess you didn't even sign up for. Right after news of Tawanda's arrest hit the blogs, one name started echoing all over social media, Tamar Braxton. And it wasn't just random gossip either. Fans started piecing together the timeline, noticing how everything lined up a little too perfectly. It's got everyone asking, was Tamar really cleaning up her own name? Or did she just pull the trigger on her sister's downfall? Just days before the federal audit reportedly hit Tawanda's file, Tamar dropped a series of cryptic tweets that had everyone talking. And now that those posts are deleted, fans are convinced she was subliminally calling her sister out. The tweets sounded like a woman who'd finally had enough of being lied on and used. And when you look back, the timing couldn't have been more suspicious. See, this all traces back to that messy 2019 drama when TMZ confirmed Tawanda owed Tamar $35,000. Tamar said it was a personal loan, while Tawanda tried to brush it off as a gift. That single disagreement, just one line on a bankruptcy form, has now become the heart of the FBI's fraud case. Because if you list a family loan as a gift or misreport your debts, that's not a mistake. That's a false declaration under bankruptcy law, and that's federal time if proven. But here's where it gets even juicier. Insiders say Tamar didn't just talk, she came with receipts. According to someone close to the Braxton camp, Tamar's attorneys allegedly confirmed she had bank transfer records showing the exact payments made to Tawanda's escrow account for a home down payment. So when Tamar went off on camera and said, "I know where you live because I paid the down payment," that wasn't just spicy reality TV talk. That might have been literal evidence all along. And the plot thickens. Right after that bankruptcy filing, Tawanda allegedly transferred her Georgia home into her husband's name. Now fans are convinced it wasn't just a coincidence, but a move to keep the feds off her trail. Because let's be real, when you start shifting property ownerships in the middle of a bankruptcy case, the FBI doesn't just watch, they pounce. This whole thing's got people screaming online. Tamar wasn't messy. She was right all along. That's exactly how the feds catch people, under the concealment of property clause. Once you start hiding assets, it's only a matter of time before the heat finds you. But the part that really shook fans wasn't even the paperwork. It was an old resurfaced clip from Braxton Family Values that suddenly hit way different after all this came out. In the clip, Tamar confronts Tawanda about a cease and desist letter she says she never got. And Tamar wasn't holding back. She looked her sister straight in the face and said, "I know where you live because I paid the down payment. You've been stealing from me for years." That moment was pure fire. But Tawanda clapped right back with a line that made jaws drop. Girl, you stole Tony's man. Don't even start with me. That one comeback flipped the whole internet upside down. After that episode aired, fans started digging through old rumors, connecting dots between Tamar and Tony's ex-husband, Carrie Lewis, and even whispers involving Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father. Suddenly, this wasn't just a money fight. It became a full-blown betrayal saga, mixing family, love, and loyalty into one explosive mess. And get this, the same reality TV footage that made the Braxtons' household names might now be used as federal evidence. According to an insider, Tamar's team didn't go out of their way to report Tawanda, but they allegedly did cooperate completely once questioned. The source said they handed over every single receipt the FBI asked for. And if that's true, that means the feds didn't need to dig. The Braxton family drama basically documented itself. Still, social media isn't totally convinced Tamar's just an innocent bystander in all this. One fan tweeted, "Tamar's not perfect by far, but Tawanda telling Tony to call the police and press charges? That's a little extreme." Even Tamar herself has said the Braxtons only come together when the cameras roll. Off camera, it's war. And now, with feds, fraud, and family betrayal all tangled together, this war might just be the most shocking one yet. It's wild. Like real life and reality TV just fused into one giant investigation. Every shady look, every heated argument, and every sarcastic "that was a gift" line from Braxton Family Values suddenly looks like evidence. Who would have thought those old reality show clips might end up being clues in a federal fraud case? But the darkest part of all this isn't even the money, it's the betrayal. Fans are convinced Tamar didn't cooperate with the feds out of spite. She did it to protect herself before she got pulled down with the same mess. She knew how fast her name could get dragged if she stayed silent while her sister's financial drama blew up. By the time Tawanda's arrest hit every gossip blog and entertainment feed, an old rumor came crawling back that made everything 10 times worse. People started remembering what Tony Braxton's former assistant, Zoe, said on his podcast back in 2020. And it wasn't pretty. He claimed Tawanda once stole her own mother, Evelyn's Social Security check. Yeah, you read that right. Her mother's SSI. Zoe even said, "When you can steal SSI checks, I don't know what to say to a person. When you're that thirsty, that evil." That line sent chills through everyone listening. And then the receipts started matching up. Reports confirmed Tawanda had indeed been arrested in 2005 for forgery and theft by receiving in Atlanta. Now people are saying this new FBI probe doesn't look like some small misunderstanding. It looks like a pattern. Longtime Braxton Family Values fans already know the sisters' money problems were always lurking in the background. The debts, the shade, the constant arguments over who owes who. But this time, it's way deeper than a sisterly spat. Because when you mix federal fraud charges, family betrayal, and decades of mistrust, what's left of the Braxton legacy starts cracking right in front of everyone's eyes. And people are saying it out loud now. This isn't just TV drama anymore. This is real-life fallout. Even Tony Braxton, the calm one who's always played peacemaker, couldn't stay out of the storm this time. A viral clip started circulating where Tony was seen canceling on Tawanda's event over the phone, and fans immediately noticed something was off. It wasn't just a scheduling issue. It was distance. People online are saying Tony's pulling back for one simple reason: self-preservation. She's got her own reputation, her music empire, and her money to protect, especially now that the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit has eyes on her sister. And honestly, who could blame her? When your family's being investigated for fraud, the last thing you want is your own accounts ending up in a federal discovery file. But here's what really hit fans in the gut: the silence. The once tight-knit Braxton sisters who used to flood social media with selfies, hashtags, and love posts suddenly went radio silent. Trina, who never missed a chance to celebrate her sisters, hasn't said a single word. No posts, no comments, no subtle shade, just silence. And that silence, it spoke volumes. Then came the fans, connecting dots like detectives. One viral comment said, "So Tony thinks it's all right to help out the family, even if it means they're stealing from you?" Allegedly charging 6 phone lines for 4 years, and that's the same person who didn't think she should pay them to sing background. That comment blew up because it touched the nerve of what's really breaking this family apart: loyalty versus money. The whole Braxton brand was built on sisterhood, unity, and image, not paychecks and debt drama. But now, with every silence, every unfollow, and every little detail coming to light, Fans are wondering, has that loyalty finally reached its limit? Every single time this family tries to pull it together, money finds a way to tear them right back apart. From Tamar's public battles with her mental health, to Tony's never-ending tax liens, to the heartbreaking loss of Tracy, it's like the Braxtons can't catch a break. The cameras show the glitz, but when they stop rolling, the real story always crawls out of the shadows. Since Tawanda's arrest, she's gone completely quiet online. No posts, no comments, no explanations. But that silence didn't fool anyone. Court watchers started digging through her filings, and what they found had everyone's jaws on the floor. Tawanda listed $277,000 in assets, but more than $547,000 in liabilities, including a $50,000 Tesla she was still driving on camera. One fan said it perfectly. Somebody with $150 in their account shouldn't be whipping around in a $50,000 Tesla. Something's not right. And honestly, they might be onto something because the feds are now combing through everything, from phone bills to property deeds to business transfers. According to insiders, if Tawanda is found guilty of falsifying her financial disclosures, she could be facing up to 5 years in federal prison. Meanwhile, Tamar's camp hasn't said a single word publicly, but sometimes silence says everything. And that's exactly what's driving fans wild. Because if the truth really is that Tamar quietly handed over receipts to the FBI, this wouldn't just be a family fallout, it'd be one of the biggest betrayals in reality TV history. And hold up, it doesn't even stop there. There's another twist coming, one that ties Tony's silence, Tawanda's husband, and some shady offshore money transfers together. Insiders are now calling it a multi-year concealment scheme, and it's reportedly way bigger than anyone expected. When word broke that the FBI had frozen Tawanda's business account, everyone thought the drama was over. But apparently, that was just the beginning. Because if what these sources are saying is true, the Braxton family storm is far from finished. And the next chapter might expose more than just finances. It might expose loyalty itself. Nah, that wasn't the end. That was just the beginning. According to insiders, investigators allegedly uncovered that a chunk of Tawanda's skincare company revenue was being funneled through a consulting firm under her new husband's name. Yep, the same man who now legally owns their Georgia home. That move, which she probably thought would protect their assets, allegedly backfired hard. Federal prosecutors are now treating that transfer as intent to conceal assets, which could open up an entirely new level of federal charges. And just when you think it couldn't get darker, sources close to Toni Braxton's camp revealed that she quietly withdrew her name from all joint Braxton family ventures months ago, almost like she saw the storm coming and dipped before it hit. Meanwhile, Tamar has been keeping quiet in public. No statements, no interviews, nothing. But what really broke fans' hearts was the resurfaced photos from Tawanda's Bridgerton-themed bridal shower. And guess what? Neither Tony nor Tamar showed up. Back then, everyone brushed it off as typical sister drama, but now, it looks like they were already backing away for a reason. Apparently, that same period was when the IRS issued a back tax warning tied to Tawanda's household account, the very moment that triggered the first wave of federal scrutiny. So when people say the Braxtons saw this coming, they might be right. It's sad, though. This family that once stood as the definition of sisterhood goals is now tangled in betrayal, fraud, and public chaos. The same bond that made them stars might be the very thing tearing them apart. From reality TV fame to FBI investigations, the Braxton name has become a storm no one can look away from. And honestly, this story proves one thing. When the cameras turn off, the real drama begins. If you're living for the twists, the tea, and every scandalous update, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reel right now, because you know this saga isn't over yet.
Listen, I have a question. Who put out that horrible, terrible, bad rumor that y'all broke up? Who did that?
Your sister.
Toni Braxton just broke her silence, and she didn't hold back. All those wild rumors about Birdman and the cash money empire, she finally addressed them, and the truth is darker than anyone expected.
Toni Braxton? Right, I don't believe they got married. I think that's a lie. The reason why I think it's a lie because Stella not gonna do nothing without Slim being there or Slim knowing something about it.
Birdman's entire empire, once dripping in luxury and diamonds, is now being linked to strange rituals and twisted energy that's eating him alive. And guess what? Tony might have just confirmed it without even meaning to. For years, people looked at Tony and Birdman like a mystery wrapped in money, the R&B queen and the street mogul. Everyone thought it was some odd fairy tale, but behind those red carpets and private jets was something way more dangerous.
Weird to me when I got the Cash Money, it was the weirdest thing. I know they had all these artists on the label.
Right.
So I get to the label, and then all of a sudden, they let all the artists go, all the other artists go.
Tony didn't fall for Birdman's flash. She fell into his world, a world that looked glamorous from the outside, but felt cursed once you stepped in. When she walked away, it wasn't because she was done loving him. It was because she'd seen too much. That sparkle turned sinister fast, and all that talk about their secret marriage, it wasn't a rumor anymore. It was real. Paperwork was moving behind the scenes, and people close to them were whispering that something went seriously wrong right after they said, "I do." 2 weeks later, the internet blew up. Tony was on social media calling it all cap, scrubbing every trace of their union like she was running from something bigger than heartbreak. That wasn't just denial. That was self-defense. She wasn't dodging embarrassment. She was cutting ties before the darkness pulled her down too. And now those old whispers about what really happens inside Cash Money, they're getting louder, way louder. People been whispering about strange late-night meetings and shady moves inside Cash Money for years. And now those stories sound a lot more real. Artists like Juvenile been warning about it forever, saying weird things happen behind closed doors that don't add up. And Tamar Braxton, she saw it firsthand. She looked that side of Birdman's world right in the face, and it scared her more than any disease ever could. Tony's been through it all. Lupus, heart surgery, near-death scares. She's a survivor. But this was different. It wasn't a medical battle. It was spiritual warfare. She realized she wasn't just dealing with a man. She was dealing with an energy that could drag her straight down if she stayed too close. So she made her move quick, wiped her socials clean, erased their connection, and threw herself back into music and self-care. That wasn't a breakup. That was an escape plan. While Tony was glowing up and getting her strength back, Birdman's whole vibe started falling apart. Cameras started catching him looking off. There's footage of him literally dozing off during shows, slumped in his chair like his body was shutting down. Fans said he looked sick, like something was draining him from the inside. Some joked he was the Black Joe Biden, saying he could barely stay awake. But behind those jokes was real concern. Ever since that Hot Boys reunion tour, clips been flooding social media, Birdman standing under bright lights, eyes rolling, losing focus, mid-sentence, while the crowd looks confused. People in the audience were whispering, "Yo, is he okay?" Some swore it looked like seizures, others said it was a bad relapse. Either way, the man didn't look like himself. Those videos spread like wildfire, faster than his team could cover up. Suddenly, it looked like the empire he built off power and control was starting to crumble right in front of everyone. His closest people tried to quiet it down, but the internet had already seen too much. Not long after the rumors exploded, BG jumped on camera, cracking up like it was all a joke. He said, "Man, Birdman ain't high. He just can't read the teleprompter," and laughed it off like everything was business as usual. According to him, Birdman was fine, no health issues, no relapse, just bad lighting and a little exhaustion. And that's the same story everyone in Birdman's circle keeps repeating. He's good, just tired. But come on, not everyone's buying that. Maybe they're protecting the boss, or maybe they're scared to say what's really going on. Because when you see those clips, Birdman half conscious under the lights, mumbling while the crowd stares. It's hard to believe it's just fatigue. It looked like something way deeper, like the life he built was finally taking its toll. Some folks online even said, "That ain't lean, that's karma catching up." And honestly, it's hard to argue. Just think about it. How many artists from that empire have faded away, lost their shine, or straight up disappeared. Big names, once on top of the world, now ghosts in the game. It's like Cash Money drained the life out of people, one deal at a time. Every fallen career, every silenced voice feels like another piece of that empire's soul slipping away. So let's be real. Toni Braxton didn't just leave a man, she escaped a machine, a system that looked golden from the outside, but was rotting on the inside. Birdman's name been tied to the word ritual for years, but people got it twisted. Nobody's talking about candles or pentagrams. The real rituals were about power, loyalty, and total control. That's how the game was played. You gave your soul to the label, and the label decided what you were worth. From the outside, Cash Money looked like a music label, but once you peek behind that glossy image, it moved like a secret society, one that demanded silence, obedience, and sacrifice. Cash Money moved like a secret society, straight up. Every new artist had to prove they were loyal before they could even dream of rocking that diamond-studded logo on their chain. It wasn't just business, it was initiation. Think about it. The infamous kiss on the lips, calling him daddy, the matching tattoos. None of that was random or playful. Those were pledges, silent promises that said, "You're mine now." Once you signed that contract, you didn't just join a label, you joined a system that demanded loyalty every single day. Birdman ran his empire like a ritual. He made the routine look like a flex, showing off his cars, stacking cash on camera, tossing chains like golden crowns. But nothing in that world came for free. Every gift came with a message attached. This came from me. Don't forget who put you here. It was Loyalty Theater, a performance where every artist had to play their part or risk losing it all, and the ones who didn't play along, they vanished from the story real quick. Groups like UNLV stopped being mentioned. Names like Kilo G faded into silence. Some even whispered that Kilo's death wasn't random, that he paid the price for speaking out. That's when people started realizing this wasn't about business anymore. This was control, dressed up as family. Then came Lil Wayne, the golden child, who finally pushed back. When he started questioning the money, the contracts, and the so-called family structure, everything cracked open. That's when the mask started slipping. The fairy tale turned into a power struggle. Fans online began piecing it together, saying, "Yo, this ain't no occult ritual. This is a loyalty trap." See, people love to hype Cash Money like it's some dark secret cult, but the truth is colder than that. Birdman didn't need magic. He had manipulation. His rituals weren't about candles and symbols. They were about control, obedience, and ego. The real sacrifices weren't goats or blood. They were freedom, independence, and identity. And Birdman pulled that same move so many times that it stopped being business. It became belief. Even if it was fake, people started treating him like he was untouchable. That's how deep the mind game ran. A kingdom built not on talent, but on fear and loyalty. That's the world Toni Braxton walked straight into. A world where everyone froze the second Birdman stepped in the room. The air changed when he arrived, like people were scared to even breathe wrong. For Toni, that didn't feel like love. It felt like a warning. Around him, respect looked more like worship, and Toni wasn't built for that. She'd already fought through lupus, heartbreak, and the music industry itself just to keep her peace. No way she was about to let any man, no matter how powerful, take control of her soul. So she did the only thing a strong woman could do. She broke the spell and walked away. And that's when the whole Birdman aura started falling apart. The power, the mystery, the boss image. It all started to look fragile. That short, secret marriage between Toni and Birdman became the first domino in his downfall. Sure, they'd gone public back in 2016, flashing smiles and luxury like a power couple, but behind the glam, everything was cracking. When they secretly tied the knot last year, fans thought it was the start of a new chapter, but the honeymoon didn't even last a week. Just 2 days after the ceremony, Toni filed for divorce, calling it an irretrievably broken union. That's not heartbreak. That's someone escaping the trap. She later withdrew the petition in January 2025, probably trying to handle things quietly. But by mid-2025, their social media told the whole story. Every photo gone, every post deleted. The silence said it all. The love story was over for good. Then Birdman did what Birdman always does. He went online and started firing shots. He accused Toni of using him for money, called her a gold digger, and even claimed she pawned her engagement ring while demanding $160 million payout. That's when the drama exploded. Blogs lit up, gossip pages ran wild, and reaction live streams turned it into a cultural circus. Suddenly, everyone was choosing sides. Some defending Toni as a survivor of a toxic empire, others riding for Birdman like he was the one betrayed. It turned into a loyalty war, split right down the middle. The R&B world versus the hip-hop kingdom. And for the first time, Birdman wasn't controlling the story. The internet was. Birdman's reputation took a major hit after that split, and it hit different depending on where you looked. In R&B and pop circles, he got painted as cold and manipulative, the kind of man who treats love like a business deal. But in the trap and southern rap scene, his never back down attitude only made him look more like a boss. People said, "That's Birdman. He don't fold for nobody." His image stayed powerful in the streets, but his credibility outside hip-hop, it started to crumble. Financially, he managed to dodge big losses since Toni's divorce filings got tossed out. But the damage wasn't just about money. Toni had the public's sympathy at first. Fans saw her as the woman who escaped a controlling empire. But when that $160 million claim dropped and talk of a missing $5 million ring surfaced, the internet flipped the script. Suddenly, old headlines about Toni's bankruptcies started making the rounds again, and a few brands quietly hit pause on sponsorships. Still, the scandal brought her name roaring back into the spotlight. Streams for her classic hits shot up overnight, and her documentary work about women's financial independence started getting fresh love. In a strange way, the chaos gave her career a second wind. Proof that even heartbreak can turn into power when you own your story. Meanwhile, over at Cash Money, things weren't looking smooth either. The feud exposed deep cracks inside the empire. Birdman's shaky relationships with legacy artists, producers, and mid-tier acts finally came to light, especially the ones still tied to Lil Wayne's Young Money. They started freezing collabs and distancing themselves from anything stamped with Birdman's name once the feud blew up online. But Birdman being Birdman, he flipped the drama into hustle. He used the controversy as promo fuel for rich gangs' releases, turning every headline and live stream debate into free marketing. He knew how to spin attention into profit, but even with the streams up, the respect was gone. When the dust finally settled, Birdman still had the keys to Cash Money, but not the heart of the culture anymore. His empire was intact, but his legacy felt hollow. Toni, on the other hand, walked away with empathy, momentum, and her dignity, even if some skeptics still whispered that her timing was just a little too perfect. The old Cash Money alliance, gone for good. The brotherhood that once ruled Southern hip-hop finally cracked under the weight of greed and secrets. And when people talk about money, they're not just talking about hits and platinum chains. They're talking about the dark financial rituals that kept Cash Money spinning for decades. Even Jada Kiss couldn't resist taking a jab at it on stage, laughing, "I love Bird's money." But everybody knew there was truth hiding in that joke. No one can deny what Cash Money did for the culture. They shaped Southern hip-hop, brought a whole new sound to the world, and built an empire of hits. But behind the champagne toasts and private jets, the business was a maze of manipulation. The fancy cars, the designer fits, the mansions, all props in a show designed to keep artists chasing a dream they could never fully own. For years, the label was run like a pyramid, every artist owing more than they made, every deal written to keep Birdman on top. Dozens of artists said their advances never really came, or came as recoupable debts that they could never escape. No transparency, no freedom, just confusion and contracts built for control. Even legends got caught in the web. T.I.'s $10 million lawsuit exposed just how deep the trap went. His teenage contract had one lawyer repping both him and the label. That's a setup if there ever was one. A total conflict of interest that guaranteed every deal leaned straight in Cash Money's favor. And then came Lil Wayne's war, the battle that pulled the curtain all the way back. His 2017 lawsuit accused Cash Money and Universal of doing business behind his back, playing games with his streaming money and publishing rights. They allegedly twisted numbers, delayed payments, and forced him into a corner until he finally settled for less than he earned. Just like Suge Knight ran death row out west, Birdman had his own version down south. All power, no mercy, and no exit once you signed that dotted line. Birdman had a genius and ruthless way of keeping control. He'd flash the cash, the cars, the ice, but those weren't just flexes, they were payments, symbolic offerings meant to keep his artists locked in, even after the spotlight faded. It wasn't real freedom, it was a golden cage. Those flashy gifts said, "You're rich because of me, so don't ever forget it." And behind those glittering chains and Bugattis, the real deal was buried in contracts that nobody could fully understand. See, back in 1998, Cash Money signed that legendary deal with Universal, the infamous 80-20 profit split that changed the game forever. Sounds great for the label, right? Because it was. That deal became Birdman's blueprint. He copied that same model for every artist that came through. It was loyalty by contract, and it kept him sitting on top while his artists chased checks that never arrived. Masters, almost never owned by the performers. Royalties, so foggy that even accountants gave up trying to trace them. Birdman used to brag, Universal never owned nothing. And technically, he was right, but it also meant nobody else did either. Even the people who helped him rise, like Wendy Day, the same woman who negotiated that first Universal deal, said she never saw the money she was promised. And Birdman's cold-blooded catchphrase became legendary in industry circles. Sue me. When I gotta pay you, you'll get paid. That line alone told you everything about how he ran business. Eventually, Universal stepped in. Again. Not to fix the problem, but to protect their own. They started covering Cash Money's debts in exchange for tighter control over distribution. That move flipped unpaid royalties into corporate leverage, turning the artist's missing money into bargaining chips. Insiders later started calling it ghost royalties, money that should have gone to the people making the hits, but instead got funneled up the ladder into silent power plays. Inside that empire, loyalty bought you Lambos, jewelry, private jets, and front row treatment. But the minute you stepped out of line, your career went ice cold. Late checks, shelved albums, ghosted calls, even quiet blacklisting. Meanwhile, the public still saw the illusion. The helicopters, the mansion shoots, the Stuna Island lifestyle, all part of the myth that Cash Money was unstoppable. But behind that myth was a machine straight out of the medieval era. One ruler, total control, and everyone else fighting to keep their spot at the table. Birdman and Slim ran Cash Money like kings on a throne. Nobody made a move without their blessing. The younger generation, like Jacquet and others under the label, showed almost blind loyalty. They pledged allegiance for life, even though most of them had zero real control. These weren't mystical rituals or secret spells. This was something scarier. Habits built over decades that weaponized money to keep power locked at the top. It was proof that behind all the shine and bling, the system was never about family. It was about control. But power like that always cracks eventually. And 2025 was the year the empire started to shake. Some of the biggest names in Cash Money began making silent moves behind Birdman's back. Quiet, strategic, but loud enough for anyone paying attention. The tension inside the camp was boiling. Some artists were flexing, showing they didn't need the label anymore, while others stayed quiet, scared to lose their spot. But one thing was clear. Everybody had an agenda. Lil Wayne, the heart of the brand, the one who helped build Cash Money's golden era, made it crystal clear. He was done pretending. His old beef with Birdman had been cooling for years, but this time, the heat came back full blast. During the Hot Boys reunion tour, Birdman tried to hype up the crowd mid-speech, and Wayne straight up walked off stage with the crew, leaving them hanging in front of thousands. Cameras caught it. Clips hit the internet and fans went wild. And that wasn't the only moment. Just weeks before that, at Lil Louisiana Fest 2025, Birdman tried to give a heartfelt shout out to his late mother, Ms. Gladys. But Wayne cut him off mid-sentence, snatching the mic and switching the topic. It was icy, public, and loud. Everyone watching knew what that meant. The forgiveness from their 2018 settlement was dead and gone. Whatever peace they made had expired. Old wounds reopened, old checks resurfaced, and old rules got broken. The so-called Cash Money family wasn't family anymore. It was a cold business war waiting to explode. Wayne was done playing nice. This was his comeback era, his time to take back control. He wasn't just rapping, he was reclaiming his legacy. Every move, every verse felt like a statement. I built this, now I'm taking it back. Meanwhile, Juvenile took a different route. He stayed cool, kept his tone classy, but fans could still feel the frustration bubbling underneath. During the Cash Money Millionaires 30th Anniversary Tour, Juvenile finally let a little truth slip, calling out Birdman's own booking team for underpaying or flat out sidelining fellow Hot Boy Turk after more money disputes. He said it straight. It put him in a weird position, torn between loyalty to the crew and doing right by his people.
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have sex?
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She's my life.
From secret weddings to sudden breakups, and from shady denials to mysteriously missing jewelry, Toni Braxton and Birdman's relationship has been a wild ride, more twisted than a Six Flags roller coaster.
Saying, you know, Birdman doesn't know if he's a blood or a Crip, or this, you know, this gay thing and that gay thing.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
He was saying that you was gay.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm a straight gangster, man. That nigga been in my hood. He know what's happening with me. You hear me? Nigga know what's happening with me, man. Google me, man. Call anything in the 504 and ask about me. Google me, man. Watch what come up. Yeah. Straight G.
This love story has had everything. Passion, confusion, and a touch of chaos. And today, we're diving deep into this hot, tangled mess. Back in 2001, Toni tied the knot with Carrie Lewis from Mint Condition. Things seemed picture perfect at first. The music, the fame, the love, but it didn't take long for cracks to show. Then, just a year later, in 2002, she crossed paths with...
Tracy is the one who said to me, Toni, you know, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always tried to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it. I never used to say anything to anybody, but since we've been doing this show, I've been saying.
None other than Brian Birdman Williams, the big boss of Cash Money Records. That meeting right there, it changed everything. Sparks flew, rumors started swirling, and the industry began whispering about this unexpected duel. And baby, from that moment on, nothing was ever the same. Who is this mystery man, you ask? None other than Birdman, the co-founder of Cash Money Records, the same powerhouse label.
Like a lot of people don't understand, my second bankruptcy is because I was sick. I have lupus, and my show in Vegas got canceled.
And the insurance wouldn't cover it.
The insurance didn't cover it, so I had to pay myself.
Right. That's a lot. That was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money, but the show people don't understand. I said, you see a concert, you see the lights, you see the band on stage, artist face, hotel rooms, the salary. So then you have nothing.
That dropped the iconic hit, Baby, You Can Do It. And if you've seen that music video, then you already know. The chemistry between Toni and Birdman was straight up electric. It was wild. It was magnetic. It was giving something's going on here. Vibes for sure. But of course, they swore it was all strictly professional. She was still married at the time. And Birdman, well, he was out there doing his own thing. And only God knows what that was. Out here locking lips with Lil Wayne on camera like it was nothing. What in the Damon and Marlon Wayans parody is going on here? Toni tried to keep her personal life steady though. After having 2 beautiful children, she and Carrie Lewis decided to call it quits. The marriage was done, but they wanted to end things with class. In her memoir, which you can check out below, Toni revealed they made a pact to stay cool for the kids. They even continued living under the same Atlanta roof and promised to take one family vacation together every single year. One vacation a year with your ex. Oh, hell no. That's a plot twist nobody saw coming. Even Toni's mom was like, girl, it's time to mix it up. Maybe try dating outside your type. Basically telling her to play in the snow. But Toni wasn't ready. Her heart was still healing, and she wasn't about to rush into another messy romance just yet. Still, destiny had other plans. And Birdman wasn't exactly the kind of man who stayed in the background for long. Maybe the real reason Toni wasn't ready to date again was because she and Carrie had started sneaking around for round 2. Yep, they gave love another shot, but that spark burned out fast. After about a year and a half, it was over for good. When the divorce papers hit, things got messy. Toni had to pay him alimony, while Carrie was ordered to drop $2,000 a month in child support. Wait a minute, alimony and child support? Girl, that's a double hit. This right here is exactly why they say, make sure he's got more money than you. Because a grown man cashing checks from a woman like Tamar Braxton, that's wild. After that fiasco, Toni decided to take her mama's advice and switch things up. She dipped her toe into new territory and started dating a white man. And by February 2012, the headlines were screaming that she was linked to none other than Eddie Murphy. Yep, that Eddie Murphy. But just when people thought this could be something real, it fizzled out quick. Fans started rooting for her and Babyface to become a thing. The chemistry was undeniable. But Toni shut it down on The Breakfast Club, saying Babyface would never see her in that light. Dang, talk about the friend zone. Then out of nowhere, she stepped out with the most unexpected man ever. Birdman! Nobody saw that coming. They hit the red carpet in 2016, and the world went silent for a second before everyone collectively screamed, wait, what? Months into dating, Birdman went full flex mode and gifted her a Bentley SUV, luxury on wheels, Bobby. By January 2018, they dropped their track, Hard Away, giving fans a musical peek into their whirlwind romance. Then boom, just a month later, Birdman dropped down with a ring, and Toni said yes. But wait, what about Carrie? Was he back at the house popping champagne, celebrating her engagement too? Toni told E! Daily Pop that Birdman was ready to lock it down. He told her straight up to pick a wedding date ASAP because he wanted to be a married man before the year was out. But guess what? That wedding never happened. The months rolled by, then the years, and Toni kept pushing the date back over and over, blaming it on work commitments. That sounds like a polite excuse if you ask me. People started whispering that maybe she wasn't too eager to marry a man with Birdman's unique reputation. Folks joked that she didn't want to wake up next to a dude who looked like a mix between a bird and a pit bull every morning. Maybe that's why those wedding plans kept getting delayed again and again. Then came the real jaw-dropper. While flying from New York to Los Angeles on a Delta flight, Toni accidentally left her Louis Vuitton train case behind on the plane. Inside that fancy little box, her massive yellow diamond engagement ring, worth a staggering $5 million. How do you forget something like that? Who leaves a small fortune sitting in a carry-on bag? That's beyond careless. The next day, the airline found the case, but when they opened it, all the jewelry was gone. Poof! Vanished into thin air. When Birdman later sat down with Wendy Williams, he tried to play it cool. He said he wasn't even sweating the missing ring. Told her straight up he'd just buy Toni another one if he needed to. That's some serious big money talk right there. But still, that missing bling became the talk of the town, and it left a whole lot of people wondering if their relationship was starting to lose its shine too. Oh, with Lil Wayne's money that you still owe him, huh? The shade writes itself. Then came January 2019, and boom, the drama hit social media like a storm. Toni and Birdman unfollowed each other out of nowhere, and Birdman added fuel to the fire by posting "It's over" on his Instagram story. Real, dramatic energy. Folks were quick to assume the engagement was dead and gone. Birdman was out here acting emotional, like a man mid-R&B heartbreak ballad. But a few months later, he tried to clean it up, telling Wendy Williams the whole breakup was just a publicity stunt. Yeah, okay. According to a source from Hollywood Life, the couple wasn't sweating the rumors. In fact, they didn't mind the public chaos one bit. Why? Because all that buzz kept Tony's reality show, Braxton Family Values, trending again. The more people talked, the more views rolled in. A little drama for ratings never hurt, right? By April 2020, during the pandemic lockdowns, fans were still waiting for wedding bells, but nothing. Tony went on the Rick and Sasha show and admitted that she and Birdman kept going back and forth about wedding plans. They'd set dates, but things always got too big. Birdman even suggested they just do a drive-through wedding. Can you imagine Toni Braxton saying, "I do," in a car while picking up fries? No way. She shut that down quick. Years kept slipping by, and still, no wedding, no ring replacement, no nothing. Then out of nowhere, in December 2023, a messy online source claimed Tony and Birdman had finally tied the knot. Fans lost their minds, headlines were everywhere. But before anyone could celebrate, Tony jumped on Instagram and cleared it up herself. She reposted the announcement with a sharp caption that shut it all down. "My dear friend, Birdman and I are not married. Never been married." And just like that, she snatched the truth back from the rumor mill. But the damage? Oh, that was already done. "We are both single now." That's what Tony said, officially putting Birdman straight into the friend zone. By April 2024, it was crystal clear that their on-again, off-again roller coaster had finally screeched to a stop. She opened up to People magazine saying she was actually enjoying the single life. Tony said, "I'm looking forward to getting out there and dating." I mean, dating can be scary too. It can be a little bit, but a nice guy. Someone who will watch Lifetime with me all day long, or at least once in the week. Girl, you don't need a man for that. You can call your sisters for a Lifetime marathon. Her fans were split right down the middle. Half of them were celebrating, happy that Tony had finally left Birdman and his drama behind. But the other half, they weren't buying it for a second. They swore she'd be back with him before the year was over. And guess what? They might have been right. Because in April 2025, TMZ dropped a bombshell. Just 4 months after that whole "I'm single and ready to mingle" interview, the outlet reported that Tony and Birdman had actually gotten married. Wait, what? I know you lying. Or maybe she's lying. Either way, somebody's out here playing with our emotions. Because just when fans started wrapping their heads around this surprise wedding news, boom, another twist hit. The happy couple didn't even last a month. According to legal documents obtained by TMZ, Tony filed for divorce a mere 2 weeks later, listing their official separation date as August 10th, 2024. 2 weeks? That's shorter than some trial subscriptions. After years of ups, downs, rumors, and million-dollar rings, it all ended in paperwork. No more maybes, no more makeups, no more mystery. Toni Braxton and Birdman's love story went from glitzy and glamorous to gone in a flash. Tony's lawyer officially called the marriage irretrievably broken, which sounded like the end of the road. But hold on tight, because it gets even messier. Somebody, please hand me my margarita. And don't forget the peach rings. You know I toss those right in the glass. It's my therapy drink for when celebrity drama gets this wild. Just when everyone thought the split was final, boom, a shocking twist dropped in January 2025. Tony suddenly dismissed the divorce petition and Birdman actually signed off on it. Wait, what? After everything, the back and forths, the emotional interviews, the $5 million ring fiasco, they're still legally married. But here's the kicker. Nobody knows what's really going on between them now. Neither one has said a word publicly. And that silence? Oh, it's loud. So here we are. Years of breakups, reconciliations, and postponed weddings. And this love story is still hanging by a thread. Considering how it all started with secret studio chemistry, flashy gifts, and rumors flying left and right, it's giving major unfinished business energy. Are we seeing red flags all over again? Or are people just jealous that Tony's still the one catching Birdman's attention while he's doing his Birdman thing? Bestie, you so messy. Someone's probably saying right now. But let's be real. This saga's too wild not to talk about. Drop your thoughts down below, because this story might not be done yet. And hey, before you go, don't forget to hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel, where the tea never stops spilling and the drama's always hot. Let me tell you something, and listen close, because I've watched every Braxton show there is. I've seen the drama, the tears, the laughter, all of it. And this right here, this is just my opinion, but I think there's way more to Tony and Birdman's situation than people realize. See, Tony's been open about her lupus for years. That illness takes a real toll on the body. On top of that, she's battled heart issues that scared her fans half to death. So maybe, just maybe, she's not marrying out of romance anymore. Maybe she's thinking about security. Here's how I see it. Tony might have tied herself to Birdman because she wanted to make sure someone powerful was in charge of her estate if anything ever happened to her. Someone who could handle her finances, protect her kids, and even look after her family, her sisters, her mama, the whole Braxton crew. And let's be real. They all got money, but none of them got Birdman money. The man's pockets are deep. Like, never worry about another bill again. Deep. And you know what? Maybe this whole thing isn't about love in the traditional sense at all. Maybe it's more of a quiet arrangement, a mutual understanding between two people who know exactly what they're getting out of it. Some people might even call it a lavender marriage type of deal, a partnership built more on loyalty, protection, and power than passion. Whatever the truth is, one thing's for sure. This story is layered, and we might not ever know the full truth behind those wedding rings and business moves. Now, if that theory's true, it actually makes a lot of sense. Tony's a smart woman, and she's been through too much to let her legacy fall into chaos. She's been grinding in the music industry since the 90s, building her name brick by brick, hit after hit. So if she decided to make a business type move with Birdman, that could have been her way of securing her empire and protecting her loved ones. Still, people can't help but whisper about the real dynamic between them. Because Birdman has always been, well, mysterious. He moves like a man who's got 10 different versions of the truth. One minute, he's all about love and loyalty. The next, he's out here with cryptic posts and shady smiles. Some folks swear he's hiding something, others think he's just misunderstood. Either way, Tony's no fool. She knows what kind of man she's dealing with. And you can't deny they've always had this strange magnetic pull, like they can't fully let go of each other, no matter how many times they try. And let's not forget how this whole situation looks from the outside. Tony's fans are split down the middle. Some say she's sacrificing too much just to stay connected to him, while others think she's playing chess, not checkers. They say she's keeping her cards close, setting up her future in a way only a true diva could. Still, every time we think it's over for good, something drags them right back together. A public sighting here, a cryptic emoji there, or a casual repost that sets social media on fire. It's like they can't quit each other, no matter what. So what's next for Tony and Birdman? Another reunion? Another heartbreak? Or maybe this was the plan all along? A relationship built on secrets, survival, and just enough love to keep the world guessing. Whatever's really going on behind those designer shades, one thing's for sure. This story ain't done brewing yet. See, the truth is, Tony and Birdman have been good friends for a long time. That's why I think they kept everything low-key when they tied the knot. If they really did. They didn't want every camera flashing in their faces or social media turning it into a circus. Their bond runs deep, and they've been riding for each other through all the chaos and rumors. But here's the thing. Maybe Tony's still got that tiny voice in her head wondering if her real forever love might still be out there somewhere. Maybe she's thinking, one day I might meet a real king or even a prince, someone I'm actually drawn to, someone I want to wake up next to every day. Still, at the same time, she knows time isn't exactly on her side anymore. She's been through heartbreak, illness, and fame. She's seen it all. So maybe she just wanted to lock something in that made sense on paper. And when I say civil, I don't mean nice, I mean legal. She might have said, you know what? Let's do this the smart way. So if anything ever happens, my kids, my estate, my legacy, all of it stays protected. It's not about romance at that point. It's about strategy. Now, I can already hear folks saying she could have just set up a trust. She didn't have to marry him for that. And yeah, that's true. But who really knows what's going on behind closed doors? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an estate planner. I'm just calling it how I see it. Maybe Tony's playing long game moves we can't even see yet. What do you think? Is this love, loyalty, or just smart business? Drop your thoughts below, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more wild celebrity tea, only on Juicy Reel.
We have been trying to identify what that looks like, closing one chapter and figuring out what it's like to be friends again. I've been very specific about my boundaries. I've been very specific about where we stand as friends. Go date anybody you want. I'm gonna date when I'm ready. I am emotionally unavailable to you, and I'm physically unavailable to you. Now, birthday comes up.
And I married you after you ate somebody whole booty sandwich. Y'all, I'm not trying to make this a big deal. I swear, it's not about, y'all, it's $1,000. It's not, you know, make or break. It's the point. The point is that you wanted me to sit back and let you not only use my card, let's just say it's a mix-up. Okay, fine. But now it's different because you're using my card for your extracurricular activities.
So it looks like Tamar Braxton's ex, Jeremy Robinson, just dropped a messy video of her crying and pleading for him to take her back. And the whole thing looks wild as soon as you hit play. It really feels like he's going out of his way to embarrass her in front of the whole internet, because there was absolutely no reason for him to blast her like that. After everything that went down between them, anyone would have thought she was completely done with him for good, especially after she called him out for stepping out with multiple women and even using her money to spoil the women he was sneaking around with. She even had her biggest one out here supporting her and calling JR a straight-up user, only for Tamar to spin the block and end up begging him to take her back again. That twist had everybody looking around like, wait, what just happened? It's messy in a way nobody expected, and it's got the whole timeline arguing. And if you think that's already wild enough, just wait until you hear the rest of what JR is out here saying about Tamar. Because the way he's talking will have your jaw hitting the floor. He's not holding back at all, and it has people wondering why he's still this pressed if the relationship is supposedly over. At this point, it's hard not to admit that JR has become some kind of storm hovering over Tamar's life, because ever since they crossed paths, he's brought non-stop headaches and chaos her way. And the way things are looking, it doesn't seem like he's planning to let up anytime soon, which makes everything even more dramatic than it already is. They've gotten engaged, married, divorced, spun the block, and somehow this whole hate train aimed at Tamar still refuses to slow down even for a second. It's like every time you think the drama took its final breath, it jumps back up with a brand new twist that nobody asked for. And listen, this isn't about blaming her, but the red flags were waving around so bright they could have lit up a football field. Tamar either couldn't see what was right in front of her, or she kept holding on to the idea that he might change one day, and because of that hope, she stayed locked in through every messy chapter they went through. Then last week, Tamar completely spiraled when she thought JR had cheated on her, and she didn't hold back any emotion.
So it's officially over between Tamar and her reality TV fiancé, JR. He's confirming this on his social media. So a lot of people already suspected that this relationship was over because after Tamar was recently burglarized, she said that she doesn't feel safe anywhere or with anyone. If you watch The Queen's Court, you remember that these two met on that reality show and immediately got engaged.
So I'm pretending and I'm delusional. Me and your relationship status has changed. The way I see you have changed. You know what I'm saying? Just like you outside, baby, I'm outside too. Like, let's stop pretending like you is the last of the Mohicans. You are not, you know?
But here's the kicker. JR came forward trying to clean it up, saying it wasn't even cheating because according to him, they weren't together anymore. The plot twist? These two had secretly gotten married and then divorced without telling a single person. And the funny part is, whenever something chaotic happens between them, they rush straight to social media and drag everyone into their mess like we're part of the relationship. But when they decided to get married, suddenly everything became top secret and hush-hush, like they were guarding national treasure. It just sounds wild because Tamar had the whole internet thinking they were still together, especially after she posted, "Played in my face for a 25-year-old, shaking my head, took my jewelry, took me to Turks, and all along had a whole tramp." Those words had everybody convinced JR had stepped out on her again. But now that we know they were already divorced, the whole situation looks even more twisted than before, and people can't figure out why nothing between them ever stays simple for more than 2 minutes. Tamar went online and dropped a raw message saying, "I hate you, Jeremy Robinson," and that alone showed how deep the hurt went. She also admitted that she had secretly married him after she found out he had once messed around with someone else, and when she said JR even ate. Yeah, that whole post probably should have stayed locked in her drafts because it was way too personal and turned into a mess instantly. But things got even messier when JR popped out calling her D-Lulu, claiming she was imagining things, and he announced they'd actually been divorced for 6 months already. He made it sound like there was no reason for Tamar to crash out the way she did, which only made the whole situation feel even more chaotic than before. Then one of his 4 former partners came forward and dropped some heavy accusations about him, saying he used Tamar to feed a strange preference he had. She claimed he liked to call himself light-skinned while chocolate and would tag himself as the minority within the minority. She even said he used to hit the clubs almost every night trying to charm black women and take them home, which had people side-eyeing the whole situation from every angle. She also described him as rude, arrogant, and insensitive at times, claiming he acted like a supporter and a protector of black women, but his actions didn't match the way he presented himself. She didn't stop there. She suggested he behaved like someone trying to insert himself into spaces where he didn't truly belong, all to boost his ego and feel accepted. That allegation alone had people talking nonstop because it painted a picture of someone more focused on validation than genuine connection. The way these stories keep unfolding is wild, and every new detail makes the situation look even more tangled than before. The whole situation got so chaotic that even Tommy stepped in to back Tamar, saying JR was a straight-up user and that the only person he ever truly cared about was himself. That support had people thinking Tamar was finally done with him for real and ready to move on with her life, because being caught up in these low-budget storylines is way beneath her, and everyone knows she can shine on her own. But nothing was as shocking as JR's latest claims, where he tried to paint Tamar as the one chasing after him. According to someone close to the situation, JR has been running around saying he has a video of Tamar crying and asking him to take her back, like he's proud of it. The insider said that in this supposed video, Tamar allegedly admitted the only reason she called him out online was because she wanted his attention and hoped he'd come back to her. Allegedly, Tamar had been trying to reach out and JR was ignoring her completely, so the story goes that she felt she had to stir up drama just to get a reaction from him. The way this narrative is being pushed makes everything sound 10 times more dramatic than it already was, and people don't know what to believe anymore because it keeps twisting in every direction. Now, the wildest part is the claim that JR has been showing this supposed video around like some kind of trophy, bragging that he can have her back anytime he wants because she's never going to get over him, since he supposedly had her locked in emotionally. That kind of talk had folks stunned, because it makes him look more focused on bragging rights than healing or respect. It could not have been that good, Tamar. Please get your mind right because this whole situation is spinning out of control. Someone straight up told Tamar that she is a Braxton and deserves way better than a man who seems ready to drag her down every single chance he gets. Fans have been watching this unfold in real time, and they're calling it exactly how they see it, saying things like, this is embarrassing. People are practically begging her to step back and breathe, telling her, Tamar, please, for the love of God, delete all socials and focus on real healing from the inside out. The crowd is not holding back anymore, and even her supporters are saying this whole display is too much to watch. Another comment floating around said, I'm sorry, Tamar Braxton is embarrassing out here, acting a whole fool over a white man that was being intimate with another woman and then posting Bible scriptures after. That message hit the internet hard because folks felt like the behavior just didn't match the image he tried to show. People started calling for Tamar to remove herself from the entire situation, saying things like, get her the Eva out of here, because they don't want to see her wasting energy on someone who isn't treating her with respect. Every new update just makes fans more frustrated, and they're hoping she finally snaps out of this mess because she truly deserves better. The situation got even louder when more people jumped in, saying Tamar needed to stop letting this man play with her emotions like it's a game. One commenter said, Tamar, you keep lowering your standards for someone who wouldn't even lift a finger for you. And that comment started going viral because people felt it in their soul. The whole internet was watching the chaos unfold, like it was a season finale, and every hour brought a new twist. Then another voice popped up claiming Jeremy had been talking wild behind the scenes, acting like he was the one holding all the power. He was allegedly telling folks that Tamar was always going to come back, and that alone had people fired up like, how dare he say something that bold? The disrespect was unreal, and even people who weren't Tamar fans were stepping in saying she didn't deserve this circus. At this point, Tamar's name was trending nonstop, and everybody had an opinion on how she should move. Some folks were saying she needed to cut him off completely, while others believed she was too deep in her feelings to see the truth right now. And honestly, the way things kept unfolding, it wasn't hard to believe she was stuck in a loop she couldn't break out of yet. People started reminding her of her own worth, writing things like, "You're a whole superstar. Why are you letting some man treat you like a side character?" That message had fans cheering because they knew Tamar had more potential than the messy storyline she kept getting dragged into. But what really shook everyone was a final rumor floating around that Jeremy wasn't even done stirring the pot. According to someone close to the situation, he allegedly said he still had more receipts he could drop if she pushed him. That made the internet go silent for a second because it felt like he was ready to keep this drama going for as long as he could. Everyone watching could feel the tension rising, and the worst part is, nobody knows what he's planning to spill next. But the streets are already bracing for the next wave of chaos. And now here's where things take an even wilder turn. Because while all this drama was exploding online, JR suddenly decided to pop out with a whole new narrative, like he wanted the spotlight back on him. He started claiming that Tamar was twisting the story and that he had been the one trying to keep the peace the entire time. That claim had people squinting at their screens because nothing about his actions matched the calm energy he was pretending to have. Then someone close to the situation came forward saying JR wasn't bothered by Tamar's posts at all. He was actually enjoying the attention. They said he was walking around talking about how this is exactly why she can't leave him alone, acting like the drama was proof she was still attached to him. That rumor hit social media quick, and folks were calling him out for being delusional and messy on purpose. Even worse, another insider claimed JR had been telling people he didn't regret leaking anything because he wanted everyone to see the real Tamar, whatever that's supposed to mean. That comment had fans heated because it sounded like he was trying to tear her down publicly just to make himself look better, and people were not here for that at all. Meanwhile, Tamar's supporters kept begging her to stop reacting online and block him for good, writing messages like, "Tamar, please stop giving him energy. He is loving this way too much." You could feel the frustration through every comment because fans truly wanted her to protect her peace instead of feeding into this never-ending back and forth. But the tension reached another level when someone claimed JR was planning to sit down for a full interview to clear his name. And that shook the whole timeline because everyone already knew what that meant. More drama, more accusations, more mess. Folks started saying that Tamar needed to get ahead of the story before he twisted things even further, while others thought she should stay silent and let his behavior expose itself. One thing is clear. Every new update feels like another chapter in a saga that refuses to die, and the streets are watching closely because whatever happens next is guaranteed to set the internet off again. This whole situation is straight up embarrassing, and seeing Tamar's name next to these messy headlines just makes your stomach drop. Like, seriously, come on now. You're Tamar Braxton, a whole legend out here, and you're out here crashing out over this man like he's the last one on earth. It's painful to watch because everyone knows she's bigger than this kind of chaos, yet somehow she keeps getting dragged right back into it. People online have been calling it out nonstop, saying stuff like, "Why is Tamar letting this man spin her like this?" And, "She is way too iconic to be tied up in this circus." The disappointment is loud, because you can tell folks genuinely want her to rise above all this mess instead of letting it consume her. Now the big question is hitting the streets hard. Is Tamar really crashing out for real? Or is JR trying to stir up attention for himself and riding this drama just to stay relevant? The internet is split, emotions are running high, and everybody's got something to say about it. So drop your comments below and let me know what you really think. Is this Tamar losing control, or is JR the one chasing clout out here? And once you're done sounding off, make sure you hit that next video. And don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more wild, unfiltered stories that keep you locked in.
Guys, a demon just spoke through Toni Braxton, and I'm shook.
Okay, I gotta call you back. I'm about to have Bible study.
Why?
Cause I'm saved.
Well, not church.
Just my
Holy,
faith.
yeah.
Because I'm a person that don't go to church.
Right.
You know?
Guys, a demon just spoke through Toni Braxton, and I'm shook.
The Braxton family always appeared like this flawless, picture-perfect squad. Same voices, same smiles, same shiny TV moments. Like everything was always sweet. But behind those bright lights was a storm nobody on the outside ever imagined. And now, Tamar Braxton is finally pulling that curtain wide open, letting people see the real mess hiding underneath. Tamar has been dropping hints for months, acting like something wasn't sitting right in that family circle. But this new reveal, it hits different. She's not holding anything back anymore. No soft filters, no cute edits, no Hollywood script.
Read the word. Because it's important to know the word. How else we gonna battle all these demons and witchcraft? How else you gonna do it?
There are other books.
Girl, get off of my phone, girlfriend. Get off of my phone. I'll call you back.
I mean, that book was written by racist white
Girl, goodbye, girl. I'll call you in an hour.
She's talking about how fame didn't just shift things for the Braxtons, it straight up cracked their bond. And right in the middle of this whole story is Tracy Braxton, the sister many fans felt got pushed to the back while Toni Braxton kept moving up the industry ladder. People always whispered about it, but now Tamar is spelling it out loud and clear. For years, Toni Braxton was seen as the powerhouse, the superstar whose success opened doors for everybody else. She had the voice, the look, the awards, the presence, everything that made her the one the industry wanted to spotlight. And let's be real, the music world only ever tries to crown one main star at a time. But Tamar is saying this shine came with shadows. Shadows that hit her sisters in ways the public never saw. She's claiming the family wasn't standing shoulder to shoulder like fans believed. She's calling out how certain people got pushed to the side while others got lifted up. And she's telling it all with zero fear. Everything she's dropping right now has people looking at the Braxtons in a whole new way. This isn't just family drama. This is decades of silence cracking open. But while Toni was climbing toward global fame, her sisters, especially Tracy, were stuck fighting a quiet battle that nobody around them seemed to take seriously. They were struggling in the shadows while the spotlight kept drifting farther away. Now, Tamar is blasting the truth wide open, claiming there were decisions made behind closed doors that didn't just hurt Tracy. They pushed her right out of the picture. And according to Tamar, that moment left a mark on Tracy that she never fully healed from. It wasn't some small disagreement. It was a hit that changed her whole path. Even when the cameras were rolling and fans tried to read between the lines, everybody could sense something was off. You could feel the tension, even when the family tried to smile through it. But Tamar is revealing something way deeper, something that makes it sound like Tracy was pushed aside emotionally, professionally, and personally so that Toni's star could keep glowing without interruption. And the way Tamar is talking about it now feels different. It's not messy drama. It's not attention hunting. No shade for the internet. It sounds like she's finally grieving a truth she tried to bury for years. She's been speaking on interviews and live streams, dropping comments that had fans stunned, making people say things like, yo, maybe the Braxton story wasn't as tight as it looked. People are starting to realize this wasn't a sweet sisterhood fairy tale. It might have been a survival story inside an industry that only lets one person shine at a time. Tamar is hinting that the sisters weren't walking step for step together. Some were getting held back while others got pushed forward. And she's saying all this like she's finally tired of carrying the weight of silence. This whole situation has fans looking at the Braxton legacy with brand new eyes. Every word Tamar drops hits harder than the last. What made Tracy's situation hit even harder was the timing. When the Braxton sisters finally got their first real shot as a group, Tracy was more than ready. She had the voice, the energy, the stage presence, everything needed to stand front and center. But the label stepped in and decided they wanted the sisters, just not her. Tracy was expecting a child at the time, and the executives flipped that into the perfect excuse to cut her out of the deal. That one decision didn't only flip Tracy's career, it changed the whole direction of her life. And Tamar is saying the family went along with it because everyone thought Toni's success was going to open doors for the rest of them later on. But that future lane never came for Tracy. Instead, she ended up pushed deep into the background while Toni became the main face of the family and the whole industry machine started moving in her direction. And the situation wasn't just about fame. It was about money, power, and how the entertainment world loves building everything around one chosen one. Tamar hinted that the people running things around Tony made it clear the Braxton brand had to be centered on one star if they wanted the big push. And when a system works like that, somebody always ends up left standing outside the circle. Tamar's words make it sound like Tracy got caught in the middle of pressure she never asked for. While the industry locked in on Tony, Tracy was stuck fighting for space that never opened up. Fans are now looking back at old moments with fresh eyes, realizing this wasn't just a career setback. It was a long-term wound that changed everything for her. Every detail Tamar shares paints the picture bigger, louder, and more heartbreaking. The story hits different when you realize how easily one choice behind closed doors can change a whole life. Tamar never said the word sacrifice, but she didn't need to. The way she laid everything out had fans putting the pieces together instantly. The picture was loud and clear. Tony's rise didn't come free. Somebody paid a heavy price. And for Tracy, that price was watching the dream she built since she was young slip right out of her hands. Even when the family came back together years later for Braxton Family Values, people could still feel that weight on Tracy. It wasn't something she could hide behind jokes or tough energy. You could see it in her eyes. She wasn't just the funny one, not just the strong one. She was the sister who knew exactly what it felt like to be pushed away from the thing she loved the most, and that pain never left her. Tamar opened up about how Tracy felt like the industry never treated her fairly, like the doors that swung open for everyone else somehow stayed locked when it came to her. And the part that hit the hardest? Tamar said Tracy believed her own family didn't fight for her when she needed them the most. That truth shook Tamar in a way she couldn't ignore. Tamar admitted that the thing that haunts her isn't the fame, the deals, or the spotlight. It's the moment she understood that Tracy didn't need validation from the world. She needed her sisters to have her back. She needed real support, not promises or camera-ready smiles. On the show, people always joked that Tracy had the biggest heart, that she loved hard, forgave fast, and kept trying to hold the peace, even when she was the one hurting. And hearing Tamar talk about it now makes those old moments hit so much deeper. It's like the audience is finally seeing the real truth behind that smile. But Tamar's new comments made fans look at everything with fresh eyes. Suddenly, people realized Tracy wasn't just the peacekeeper. She was the one who ended up paying the cost so the family could even get a foot in the music world. Tamar said it straight without dodging anything. Tracy should have been standing right there with them from the very beginning. She had the talent, the grind, and the dedication, but the industry didn't want her included, and that hit different. And instead of pushing back, the family went along with the plan because nobody wanted to risk losing the opportunity they were finally getting. Tamar said the guilt didn't hit her all at once. It grew heavier every year, like a truth she couldn't escape anymore. When Tracy passed away, Tamar said the world finally saw it for what it was. The sister who got pushed aside deserved so much more. And it wasn't about jealousy or personal beef, none of that. According to Tamar, it was because the industry forced the Braxtons to make a choice, and that choice wasn't fair to Tracy at all. Tamar's voice even cracked when she talked about how Tracy never got all her flowers, not because she lacked talent, but because the door was shut long before she ever had a real chance to walk through it. And now Tamar is speaking loud because, in her words, the world needs to understand that Tracy's story wasn't just some heartbreaking moment. It was a warning, a real warning about how fame can twist things inside a family, how the industry can take loyalty, flip it around, and force people to choose sides they never wanted to choose. Tamar is saying this isn't just old drama. It's about what fame can take from siblings, from love, from something that can't be replaced once it's gone. She's making sure people know Tracy wasn't forgotten by accident. She was left outside because the machine demanded it. And hearing Tamar say that now has fans shaken because it shows how real the pressure was behind the scenes. Tamar didn't hold a single thing back this time. She peeled those layers off like she was tired of carrying the weight. She said that what happened after Tracy got pushed out didn't just stay in the 90s. It followed the sisters for decades. It slid into every reunion, every studio session, every family sit-down they tried to fix like a shadow that refused to leave. Tamar explained that every time the family came together to work, there was this unspoken tension hanging in the room, a tension nobody dared to admit out loud. And here's the wildest part. Tamar claims everybody knew exactly where it came from. Everybody felt it, everybody recognized it, but nobody wanted to be the one to finally call it out. She said Tracy wasn't upset because she didn't become some huge superstar. That wasn't the issue at all. She was hurt because the people she trusted the most didn't stand up for her when it mattered the most. And Tamar is admitting that straight up for the first time, without dodging, without spinning it, just... Tamar said she remembers times when Tracy would show up excited, ready to rehearse, ready to record, ready to be part of the dream again. She came in with hope, with energy, with that fire still lit inside her. And Tamar said, looking back now, that memory hits her with a different kind of pain, because she knows how much Tracy wanted to belong to something that pushed her away. And just like that, the whole vibe would switch up the moment someone from the label stepped in and made it clear that Tracy didn't fit the image they wanted. That line stuck in Tamar's mind for years, fit the image. She said that was the moment she finally understood the industry wasn't just shaping their careers, it was shaping their entire family rhythm too. Tamar revealed that Tracy carried that rejection like a shadow she couldn't shake off. Even when she tried to laugh it away or act like she was keeping the peace, the hurt stayed right under the surface. And when Braxton Family Values finally came around, fans thought this was it, the big redemption arc, the moment all the sisters would shine together like they should have from day one. It looked like the perfect chance to rewrite the past. But Tamar said filming didn't fix things. It exposed more cracks than anything else. She claims producers loved stirring up drama between her and Tracy because the tension was already sitting there waiting. It was decades old, never handled, and way too easy for TV to twist into storylines. And every argument they had on camera wasn't really about what the audience saw. Those moments were old wounds bubbling back up with no place left to hide. Tamar said the yelling, the frustration, the heated moments, they were really about years of Tracy not being heard, not being understood, and not feeling supported like everyone else. It wasn't about fame or spotlight. It was about respect and acknowledgement she never fully got. Then Tamar admitted something she had never said this clearly before. Tracy always felt like everyone else had moved on without her. She didn't get the tours. She didn't get the spotlight. She didn't get the push the others received. Tamar said once the cameras were rolling, she finally realized how deep that pain ran, and it changed the way she looked at everything they went through. Tamar explained that the show didn't reveal new problems, it just exposed the ones that were already sitting there for years. And hearing her talk about it now makes every old moment hit a lot harder. And even when Tracy did every single thing the industry asked for, the dieting, the training, the rehearsals, she still got treated like she was just an extra instead of a full Braxton sister. Tamar said as she got older, she finally understood how unfair that was, and it made her mad at herself for staying quiet for so long. She said Tracy kept showing up, even when she knew the treatment wasn't equal, and that kind of loyalty hits completely different now that Tracy is no longer here. But the moment that shook fans the hardest was when Tamar spoke on Tony's opportunities, the huge ones. Tamar said there were plenty of chances where Tony could have insisted that Tracy be included, whether it was tours, background vocals, appearances, or brand deals. She hinted that Tony's team was constantly pushing her to keep the spotlight clean and uncluttered, like adding Tracy into the mix would complicate the image they were selling. She explained that Tony wasn't allowed to shake up the system, and that pressure ended up keeping Tracy out of rooms she deserved to be in. And while Tamar didn't point a finger at Tony in a harsh way, she didn't hide from the truth either. She said Tony was the only one who had enough power to push back, and sometimes she just didn't. Not because she didn't care about Tracy, not because she didn't love her, but because the industry made her feel like standing up would put everything she worked for at risk. Tamar said that kind of pressure can twist anybody up. When you're told your whole career depends on keeping things perfect, it makes you hesitate even when your heart is telling you to do the right thing. And hearing Tamar admit that now has fans looking at the whole Braxton story through a different lens. She painted a picture of a family caught in a system that forced them to make choices nobody ever should have to make. And in the middle of it all was Tracy, showing up, staying loyal, and trying to belong in a space that never fully opened its doors to her. And that's the part that hit Tamar the hardest, the idea that their eldest sister, the one with the biggest influence, the one whose name carried real weight, didn't realize how deep the situation cut Tracy until it was already too late. Tamar talked about how in later years, Tracy would speak on feeling like she was always trying to catch up, like she missed a train that never circled back for her. And hearing that now breaks Tamar in a way she can barely even explain. Tamar says she finally understands that Tracy never wanted pity. She wanted fairness. She wanted recognition. She wanted respect. She just wanted to feel like she belonged in the same dream she helped build. And Tamar revealed something that shook a lot of people. The family didn't truly grasp how heavy Tracy's pain was until her final years. She said that during those later moments, Tracy started opening up more, letting out feelings she had kept locked inside for decades. Not to restart old drama, not to point fingers, but because she wanted peace before her time was up. And Tamar said one thing she'll carry forever is how Tracy didn't want anyone to feel guilty. She didn't try to blame her sisters for chasing the opportunities in front of them. She simply wished the dream could have included her too. And that type of strength, holding no grudges after everything she went through, made Tamar see Tracy in a whole new light, almost like she was the quiet glue the family didn't even realize they needed until she was gone. When Tamar finally spoke up about all this, the internet exploded. Fans started pulling up old clips of Tracy, moments of her laughing, crying, walking away from arguments, or staying silent when things got heavy. And suddenly those scenes looked different. People were rewinding old episodes with brand new understanding, catching signs they didn't recognize before. Social media was filled with comments saying stuff like, "We didn't know she was carrying all that," and "Tracy deserved better." Tamar's honesty cracked open a conversation fans have been whispering about for years, and now it was finally out in the open for everyone to see. And suddenly everything hit completely different. Fans started saying the truth was always right there, and the way Tracy cracked jokes that were really covering hurt, and the way she stayed quiet when she felt disrespected, and the way she kept showing up even when the room made her feel unwanted. And Tamar said that's exactly why she's speaking up now, because she refuses to let the world remember Tracy as the left-out sister. She wants people to understand Tracy was the heartbeat of the whole family. Tamar explained that Tracy deserved way more love, way more protection, and way more recognition than she ever got. And what makes Tamar's words hit so strong is that she's not exposing this to tear the family apart. She's doing it because she wants healing. She said the Braxtons weren't broken because they didn't love each other. They were broken because they didn't fully understand each other. And that misunderstanding kept growing over the years. And now, with Tracy gone, Tamar says she hopes the truth finally helps the family find the closure they never gave themselves. She wants fans to know that Tracy wasn't sacrificed by choice. She was pushed aside by an industry that picks favorites, stirs division, and forces families into impossible decisions they end up regretting for the rest of their lives. And Tamar ended her message by saying Tracy deserved to be honored, not sidelined. She deserves spotlight, support, and protection. All the things that slipped through the cracks while the industry shaped the narrative. And now that everything is out in the open, Tamar hopes people will remember Tracy not as the sister who got left behind, but as the sister who loved the hardest, fought the quietest, and carried a strength nobody truly understood until later. She wants the world to say her name with respect, not pity, to recognize how much she gave, how much she endured, and how much she should have received in return. Tamar said speaking the truth is the only way she can make sure Tracy's legacy shines the way it always should have. And if you're still here listening to this story, hit that support button, join the community, And make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reel for more real, raw breakdowns just like this.
Looks like the so-called #1 stunner Birdman just dropped a bombshell. Hungry Mud, better known to the streets as Toni Braxton, is catching heat after Birdman supposedly put her on blast for being a straight-up gold digger. The talk going around is wild. Birdman's allegedly saying Toni bled his bank account dry, dipped the second the cash stopped flowing, and now she's creeping right back toward being broke again. And let's be real, Toni Braxton going broke wouldn't exactly be breaking news. This ain't her first time dancing with financial disaster. She's already been through 2 bankruptcies and got a history of spending big like the money would never run out. Folks are connecting the dots, but now with Birdman speaking out, the whole story's taking a messy new turn. People in Toni's corner are saying Birdman's just salty and trying to twist the truth. But others can't help but wonder, did she really play him dirty? The streets are buzzing about the allegations, the cash trail, and the chaos that followed. This could go down as one of the messiest R&B relationship scandals ever. And here's the kicker. Reports claim Toni tried to walk away from Birdman with a jaw-dropping $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. Yeah, you heard that right. Some say she didn't even stick around long enough to act like a wife. Word is, she separated from Birdman just 2 days after saying I do. Less than a month after tying the knot, Toni slammed the brakes, filing for divorce and saying the marriage was done for good with zero hope of fixing it. But here's where the drama went from spicy to straight-up jaw-dropping. If those money figures floating around are even close to real, we're not talking about a little breakup payout. We're talking Olympic-level audacity. With her past bankruptcies, high-end shopping habits, and long list of money woes, people can't help but wonder if this whole thing was a setup from the start. Fans are side-eyeing hard. Did Miss Unbreak My Heart really marry the so-called #1 stunner just for the bag? And seriously, how did Birdman not see this play coming? The streets are still choking over the fact that she thought she deserved $160 million after being married for only 2 days. That's why a lot of people are now riding with Birdman and calling her a gold digger without hesitation. I mean, how do you walk away that quick and still think you've earned a fortune? Sure, the Birdman-Toni split went official back in 2019, but the plot got even messier when Birdman claimed that in 2023, she started circling back, dropping flirty hints, sending signals, and basically acting like she was ready to spin the block. From the way he tells it, she was sliding back in like nothing ever happened. But Birdman says he wasn't biting, 'cause by then he'd already moved on with his life. According to Birdman, Toni just wouldn't quit. She kept pressing, kept popping up, and slowly but surely, those old sparks started flying again. One thing led to another, and before long, they were back together like nothing had ever gone down. They rode that wave for about a year, and then on August 8th, 2020, they finally said, I do. But here's the wild twist. Just 2 days later, Toni hit him with divorce papers. In the court docs she filed that September, she even listed their separation date as August 10th, literally 48 hours after the wedding. Fans are still scratching their heads trying to figure out what could have possibly happened in that tiny window, but the whole thing smells shady from every angle. And the $160 million she's gunning for, fans are straight up shook. Even 50 Cent jumped into the mix on Instagram, clowning the situation, saying, "Now watch, Women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it. Only, in this case, it wasn't 16 years. It was barely 2 days. Word on the street is Birdman now believes Tony was never about love. It was always about the money. And honestly, when you realize his net worth is sitting around $160 million, and she's allegedly trying to grab every last dime, it's not hard to see why he's heated. She didn't even make it a full week as Mrs. Birdman before calling it quits, and insiders say he's been fuming ever since, dragging her behind the scenes and telling anyone who'll listen that she's nothing but a gold digger. Birdman's not holding back. No filters, no sugarcoating. He's saying straight up that he got played, and some insiders are backing him up heavy. The whispers are that Tony didn't just try to hit him for his money through the courts. Oh no, she allegedly took it even further, trying to unload some of his jewelry when she couldn't get her hands on the cash directly. Messy? Absolutely. But should anyone really be shocked? Not if they know Tony's history with money. Back in the 90s, she was one of the biggest stars on the planet, raking in serious cash, yet somehow managed to lose it all. Not once, but twice. Her first bankruptcy in 1998 was a full-on industry bombshell. Fans couldn't wrap their heads around how someone who'd sold millions of records could suddenly be broke. But the drama didn't stop there. By 1999, the money troubles were still spiraling and the headlines were brutal. At one point, she even sat down with Oprah to set the record straight. But that move backfired big time. Oprah pressed her on her spending habits and straight up called out the reckless choices that got her buried in debt in the first place. Instead of taking accountability, Tony clapped back on live TV, accusing Oprah of being mean and painting herself as the victim, saying, "People look down on me." She did manage to bounce back after that first bankruptcy, and for a minute, it looked like she might have finally gotten her finances under control. That comeback? It didn't last. By 2010, Tony was back in the headlines, filing for bankruptcy again, and this time, the numbers were even uglier. Reports say she claimed her debts were somewhere between $10 million and $50 million. That's not just a money problem, that's a full-blown financial meltdown. Tony pointed the finger at the sudden collapse of her Las Vegas residency, which was canceled after she was diagnosed with a serious heart condition. But that wasn't the only storm she was facing. There were big insurance disputes, messy battles over coverage, and a mountain of unpaid taxes stacking up behind the scenes. Since then, insiders say she's been quietly fighting to keep her head above water, and the stats tell the story. The music just isn't moving like it used to. Her last album barely sold 7,000 copies and only climbed as high as number 163 on the Billboard 200. The one before that? Around 16,000 copies. For someone who once ruled the charts, those numbers scream trouble. With record sales flatlining, her main money stream shifted to the Braxton Family Values reality show. But even that fame glow has dimmed. The buzz around the show has slowed in recent years, and without constant media attention or chart-topping hits, the pressure has been building hard. The cracks in the empire are starting to show, and fast. Now fans are seriously questioning if Tony's whole Birdman comeback was about love or straight-up survival. Word was already floating around that she was just inches away from a third bankruptcy. And then, Out of nowhere, she pops back up in Birdman's life after more than 4 years apart. The timing? Way too perfect for some people's liking. It's got folks thinking she was chasing that bag, not the man. Because let's be real, when they suddenly reunited in 2023, nobody could make sense of it. Tony had spent years swearing they were over for good, even saying there was no chance of a reunion. She once snapped, "Who do you think I am? Don't you know that he was my man?" Making it crystal clear she was done. So when she pulled a complete U-turn and started cozying back up to him, fans instantly smelled something fishy. Now with Birdman publicly spilling tea and airing every bit of dirty laundry, people are starting to believe the whole reunion was just a calculated move for money from day one. And honestly, the clues were already there before this latest storm even hit. Remember that super awkward 2022 interview on Tamron Hall? Tony was there to open up about her lupus diagnosis. It was supposed to be raw, heartfelt, and personal. But the second Tamron brought up Birdman's name, the energy shifted. Tony went stiff, avoided eye contact, and the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Fans watching could feel it. Something behind the scenes was off. And when she brushed it off with, "I'm just not feeling it anymore," it spoke volumes without saying much at all. And just like that, she came back again. Yeah, this Tony and Birdman saga has been nothing but a roller coaster since way back in 2016. On again, off again, and even when they were on, the whole relationship had people scratching their heads. Flashback to 2018, Birdman drops down on one knee with a massive $5 million yellow diamond ring. We're talking flashy, over the top, and blinding enough to have everybody talking. It looked like a straight-up fairy tale moment, until things got weird. Suddenly, radio silence. No wedding date, no real updates, just scattered rumors and an awkward vibe in the air. To a lot of fans, that engagement felt more like a publicity stunt than a love story. Then the wedding kept getting delayed, postponed, pushed further and further back. Tony blamed bad timing, but nobody was really buying it. And then came the red flag to end all red flags. Tony claimed she lost the $5 million engagement ring. Said she left it on a flight, the baggie it was in got returned, but the ring, gone, just vanished into thin air. Now how do you accidentally misplace a diamond like that? The streets are whispering that she didn't lose it at all. She allegedly pawned it to cover some serious debt. And honestly, with her track record, it wouldn't exactly shock anyone. Word is, she's been desperate for cash, and that ring might have been her quickest ticket to a payday. So, according to the whispers, Tony did what some in her position might do. She sold the most valuable thing she had at the time, that $5 million engagement ring. At first, Birdman didn't trip. He really believed her story about losing it and even played it cool in an interview, brushing it off like it was nothing. But if these rumors are true, that laid-back attitude didn't last. Birdman eventually found out the real deal. The ring wasn't lost at all. She had allegedly sold it behind his back. Once the truth hit, they tried to patch things up, but the damage was done. The engagement was dead, and before long, the whole relationship came crashing down. Fast forward to now, and it's looking like Tony might be running the same playbook all over again. Only this time, Birdman's not falling for it. From the outside, it seems like he's finally spotted the pattern. And he's not about to let history repeat itself. When you connect all the dots, the missing $5 million ring, the back-to-back bankruptcies, and that jaw-dropping $160 million divorce demand after just 2 days of marriage, the picture that forms is, let's just say, not a good look. And just when people thought the Tony Birdman saga couldn't get any messier, new whispers started swirling, the kind that make fans lean all the way in. Word is, after that explosive $160 million divorce demand and the ring drama, Tony didn't exactly back off. In fact, insiders claim she started making quiet moves to win Birdman's trust again, but with a whole different angle this time. Allegedly, she began showing up at events where she knew he'd be, playing it cool in public but dropping subtle hints in private that she just wanted to talk. Some even say she floated the idea of collaborating on music again, knowing full well Birdman's business connections could open the door to quick cash. But here's where it gets even wilder. Sources close to Birdman say he's been keeping receipts this time. Literal receipts. Word is, he's got text messages, photos, and maybe even recorded calls that paint a very different picture of Tony's motives. And if those ever hit the public, whew, it could blow the lid off the whole thing. Now, with Birdman standing firm and refusing to play into what he sees as the same old game, the tension is at an all-time high. Fans are split down the middle, some calling Tony a hustler just trying to survive, others calling her out as a master manipulator who plays long-term for the payday. Either way, if these rumors keep coming, this might end up being one of the messiest celebrity relationship sagas of the decade. And it's not over yet, vicious. Birdman might have been blinded by love in the beginning, but now? He's calling it exactly how he sees it, and he's not sugarcoating a single word. If these latest whispers are true, Tony may have just fumbled the bag for good, though some say she was chasing it from the jump. Now that the truth is starting to unravel, the real question is, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Is Birdman just bitter, or is he about to be a man about it and expose the side of Tony that's been hiding in plain sight all along? One thing's for sure, two things for certain. This saga is far from over. If you want all the latest tea as it spills, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel, where the drama never sleeps.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, it wouldn't be my friend.
The internet went absolutely wild when Ashley Braxton, the quiet niece nobody ever talked about, finally spoke out. After years of silence, she dropped a bomb that cracked open the shiny image the Braxton family had carefully built with gospel songs, fame, and glitz.
That is your man, as you call it. That is your man. He knew it was a situation with me and you. And he was down. He was down to play op games. I wouldn't take nothing like that serious, my love. That ate my ass, and I sent him on his way. It wasn't, you don't want me to expose how you were saying that you kicked her out and she went back to her mother's house.
Her voice shook, but her message hit hard. She was done protecting the very people who broke her down as a kid. For once, nobody was gossiping about Tony Braxton's chart-topping hits or Tamar's explosive reality show meltdowns. Nope, the world was focused on something way darker, something the family had buried for years under their perfect smiles.
Not Mrs. Braxton, not Mrs. Singer with the sold-out tour that JR also told me was flex. It was cap. It was she flexing. She don't have no soul. Between me and you was his exact words. The tour not sold out. He said you was messy. He said you went back to your mother's house. He told me a lot of things that he shouldn't tell a stranger. I just met this man less than a week.
Ashley wasn't chasing clout, she said. She was chasing closure, and the way she said it sent chills down everybody's spine. She showed up on camera with that calm look you only get after years of crying behind closed doors. She told the world how being 16 and spending one summer with one of her aunts turned into the worst nightmare of her life. Something went down, or almost did, with her aunt's partner, and though Ashley never said any names, fans didn't need her to. The clues were all right there. The timeline, her tone, her trembling voice, it all lined up too perfectly to ignore.
But you can't be thinking you're gonna go have plastic surgery on a Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no
Botox
plastic
parties.
surgery on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do that.
And the worst part, instead of helping her heal, the family decided to hide it. They didn't want drama. They wanted silence. No police, no confrontation, no headlines. They just wanted the world to keep seeing them as gospel royalty while Ashley was left carrying the pain alone. That's when she said enough was enough. She was taking her story back, and no Braxton was going to shut her up this time. That's the part that broke everyone's heart. Ashley said that instead of wrapping her in love, her own family turned their backs on her. The calls stopped, the invites vanished, and even her father, Michael Braxton Jr., told her to keep quiet. She remembered the moment he looked her in the eye and said, "Zip it up tight." Those words haunted her for years, like a ghost she could never escape. Decades later, she revealed that the same father who once preached loyalty and unity actually threatened her with legal action if she ever dared to speak her truth. Can you imagine? The man who taught her about family first was the same one trying to silence her. The betrayal in her voice was impossible to miss when she said, "I just wanted to be heard, not hushed behind a screen." It sent chills through everyone watching. That's when fans started connecting the dots. The aunt who suddenly cut her off, the partner who made her feel unsafe, and those old whispers about Trina Braxton's messy past marriage that fans always said had way too much chaos. Nothing was officially confirmed, but wow, everything lined up a little too perfectly to ignore. Still, Ashley wasn't out here naming names or trying to destroy anyone's life. She just wanted people to understand how powerful and painful silence can be. Because when a family chooses to protect their image instead of the truth, someone always ends up broken. And this time, it was Ashley. Ashley said the worst part wasn't what happened. It was being blamed for surviving it. That line alone broke the internet's heart. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. Tamar Braxton saw the video, and everything flipped upside down. Tamar, the sister known for speaking her mind, loud and proud, couldn't stay silent this time. She reached out to Ashley in private, and before anyone could blink, she invited her niece to appear on her live podcast. It was the first time in decades that any Braxton had publicly given Ashley a voice, and that move sent shockwaves through the family. Fans were stunned, insiders were buzzing, and according to those close to the situation, Toni Braxton was furious. To Toni, family business was supposed to stay behind closed doors. No social media, no public talk, no exposure. But Tamar had a different mindset. She believed that healing needed sunlight, not shadows. The moment Ashley showed up on Tamar's podcast, the energy shifted. It wasn't about fame, music, or TV drama this time. It was about truth. Ashley opened up like never before, talking about what it was like growing up in a home where love always came with conditions. She revealed how her mother once removed her name from her birth certificate, how her father stayed distant, and how her stepmother turned their home into a battlefield of emotional pain. Every adult who should have protected her ended up teaching her one painful lesson: to stay silent. "I learned that being quiet kept the peace," she whispered, "but it also killed me inside." Those words hit like a punch to the gut, especially for fans who still remember Tracy Braxton's lonely final years before she passed. Another woman in the family silenced by the same cycle. And while fans were praising Tamar for finally shining light on the truth, Toni's reaction, according to close sources, was nothing short of rage. She allegedly called Tamar's podcast reckless, saying her younger sister was using family pain for clout and ratings. The family feud that started decades ago suddenly roared back to life, and everyone watching knew this was only the beginning of something explosive. Toni Braxton, the calm, collected matriarch who always kept the family looking polished, was terrified of the headlines that were about to drop. Imagine it splashed everywhere. Braxton niece accuses family of a cover-up. That's every PR nightmare rolled into one. Toni wanted it buried fast, craving damage control before things spiraled out of hand. But Tamar, she wasn't backing down. She wanted honesty, raw and unfiltered. Their private phone calls reportedly got so heated that Toni completely stopped answering. One insider even claimed Toni told a producer, if Tamar wants to run her mouth, let her live with the consequences. That one line said it all. The Braxton house was officially divided. But here's the twist. The public wasn't siding with Toni this time. Everyone was rallying behind Ashley. Viewers saw a woman who had been pushed out by her own family, but still spoke with grace and strength. She didn't shout, didn't throw shade, didn't curse. She just told the truth with trembling hands and a steady heart. Ashley shared how therapy sessions in Europe helped her rebuild herself piece by piece. I left the country to save my mind, she confessed, and you could feel the pain in every word. Living abroad had become her safe place, far from the noise, far from the whispers. But when tragedy struck and her sister, the one the Braxtons rarely spoke about, passed away, Ashley knew she couldn't stay silent any longer. She had to speak up, not just for herself, but for the sister who never got that same chance. So when Tamar officially announced that Ashley would appear live on her show in Atlanta, the fandom went into a frenzy. Social media exploded, fans were divided, and even longtime supporters couldn't believe that the Braxton family secrets were finally being dragged into the spotlight. Live for the whole world to see. This wasn't just another wild tabloid rumor. It was real, and it was happening in public. Ashley was finally telling her story, and one of the Braxtons, Tamar, was standing right there beside her. In that single powerful moment, the family known for their gospel harmony turned into a courtroom of truth. The internet couldn't look away. Everyone was watching history unfold right before their eyes. Fans went into detective mode, pulling up old interviews of Toni and Trina, dissecting every gesture, every pause, every blink. Was Toni's silence a sign of guilt? Or was it just grief from watching her family fall apart? Nobody could agree, but one thing was crystal clear. This was the most explosive Braxton family drama since Braxton Family Values went off the air. Ashley's words during one interview melted hearts everywhere. She said, "For once, I won't be alone on that stage. I'll have my aunt's hand to hold if I cry." That single line hit like a thunderclap, raw, real, and full of years of pain and longing. Within hours, it went viral across every platform. TikTok, X, Instagram, everyone was talking about it. Tamar responded with a simple red heart emoji under Ashley's post, confirming her support without even saying a word. Meanwhile, Toni didn't post anything. No comment, no like, not even a silent acknowledgement. And somehow, that silence screamed louder than any statement ever could. It became its own headline. Toni Braxton remains silent as niece prepares to speak out. Behind the scenes, things were getting messy. Michael Braxton reportedly warned his daughter again to stay quiet and avoid dropping names, while Trina completely disappeared from social media. Insiders whispered that Toni had even started pulling away from upcoming family projects, afraid that getting too close might drag her straight into the fallout. The Braxton family's perfect image was cracking right before the world's eyes, and nobody knew what would break next. Tamar wasn't backing down. She doubled down. Sources say she told her team straight up, "If the truth breaks us, maybe we weren't whole to begin with." That line leaked online through fan pages and instantly went viral. It became a rallying cry for survivors everywhere, people who saw themselves in Ashley's story and finally felt brave enough to speak too. By the end of that week, what started as a quiet confession had turned into a national conversation about abuse, silence, and the power of forgiveness. Talk shows were debating it, social media was flooded with takes, and even fans who had never followed the Braxtons before were now hooked. For Ashley, this was never about revenge. It was about release. But for the Braxton family, it was a full-blown reckoning. That glamorous brand of sisterhood and success was starting to crumble under the truth they'd all tried to bury. Tamar was getting ready to welcome her niece to the stage, while Toni was reportedly doing everything she could to brace herself for what was coming. The one thing she hated most, losing control of the narrative. Because once Ashley started talking, the question wasn't if the family would respond. It was how far Toni would go to stop Tamar from turning their darkest secret into a public showdown. The night of the podcast felt heavier than a concert. Cameras flashed like crazy outside the Atlanta theater, and fans lined up down the block, whispering wild theories about what Ashley might finally reveal. Inside, the stage lights were dim, golden, and soft. But the tension in the air was thick. Tamar walked out first, sleek hair, sharp outfit, radiating confidence wrapped in compassion. The crowd screamed as she took the mic. "Tonight isn't about gossip," she said. "It's about truth, healing, and courage." The audience roared with applause, but everyone could feel it. This wasn't just another podcast episode. This was a family reckoning dressed up as a live show. When Ashley finally stepped out, the whole room went silent. Her eyes glistened like she had been carrying years of pain, guilt, and silence inside her chest. And in that moment, you could tell something powerful was about to break loose. And this time, Ashley was finally ready to let it all out. Tamar reached for her hand, and that single, quiet gesture said everything. It was loyalty, rebellion, and sisterhood all rolled into one powerful moment. You could feel the love and the defiance bursting through the screen. Ashley took a deep breath, steady but trembling, and began to speak. She never said any names, but the pain in her pauses told the whole story louder than any headline ever could. She spoke about feeling unsafe, unheard, and unseen, about being blamed for things she never did, punished just for being a kid caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then came the line that broke everyone's heart. "I just wanted someone to believe me." The audience went completely silent. No whispers, no phones clicking, just heavy, aching quiet. Even Tamar's eyes filled with tears she couldn't hold back. It was one of those moments where the truth hit like lightning, raw, painful, and impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, chaos was exploding inside the Braxton circle. Toni Braxton, according to insiders, was livid. Sources said she felt Tamar had turned the family's wounds into a public circus. To Toni, this wasn't bravery. It was betrayal. She allegedly called Michael that same night and snapped, "You need to handle your daughter before this goes too far." But by the time those words left her mouth, it was too far. The footage was already everywhere. Within hours, it went viral. Blogs were breaking it down line by line. Fans were debating every look, every tear, every word. Ashley's truth had already reached millions of ears, and Toni's trademark silence, the shield she'd always used to protect herself, suddenly looked more like guilt than grace. Back on stage, Ashley fought to keep her composure, but you could see her memories pushing through. Her voice cracked as she recalled her father's chilling words, "Zip it up tight." That phrase had haunted her for years, and now she was finally free from it, right there, under the spotlight, with the whole world finally listening. The crowd gasped when Ashley's voice trembled and she said, "I was told to stay quiet, to protect people who never protected me." That line hit like thunder, raw, heartbreaking, and unforgettable. Tamar squeezed her hand tighter, and in that instant, the whole internet exploded. Fans rushed to social media, flooding timelines with messages of support, tagging both Tamar and Toni, demanding answers, demanding accountability. Twitter, or X, was on fire. Some fans wrote, "Protect Ashley at all costs." Others repeated over and over, Tony can't silence this anymore. It became a chant across the internet, a digital uprising of voices that refused to be quiet. As the show came to a close, Tamar stood up and pulled Ashley into a long emotional embrace. Both women were shaking, from relief, from fear, from everything they had just unleashed. The world was watching 2 generations of Braxton women face decades of buried truth. Live, Ashley whispered softly, "I finally feel free." And Tamar, tears streaming down her face, whispered back, "You were always free, baby. They just tried to make you forget it." That single exchange sent chills through everyone watching. The audience erupted, some clapping, some crying, some just standing in stunned silence, processing what they had just witnessed. For the first time in years, a Braxton woman wasn't singing a note. She was telling the truth. But freedom, as always, comes with a price. The next morning, chaos erupted behind closed doors. Toni Braxton reportedly called a full-on family meeting. According to one insider, she started with a line that said it all. "We are not turning into another reality scandal. We have Grammy Awards, not gossip columns." Toni wanted control back. She wanted the narrative cleaned up, the damage contained. She allegedly demanded Tamar release a statement claiming the podcast was taken out of context. But Tamar wasn't having it. She stood her ground and shot back. "The context is pain, and we're not erasing it again." That one sentence, brave, bold, and final, reportedly ended their phone call, and maybe even their relationship. The Braxton family's golden image had officially shattered, and nothing would ever be the same again. Behind the scenes, the storm was far from over. Michael Braxton was furious. Sources say he immediately reached out to lawyers, trying to block Ashley from ever mentioning his name again or using the family story in public. But this time, his threats didn't hit the same. The fear was gone. Ashley wasn't that quiet, isolated girl anymore. She had support. Legal teams, fans, survivor networks, everyone was standing with her. Organizations began reaching out, offering resources, and sharing her story as a powerful symbol of breaking generational silence. For the first time, the Braxton family's secret wasn't trapped behind closed doors. It had become a mirror for every family that hides pain behind respectability and polished smiles. As the story spread, major news outlets started picking it up. Tony's camp tried to spin it quick, calling it a private family misunderstanding. But the public wasn't buying that for a second. They had seen Ashley's trembling voice, Tamar's tears, and the raw emotion of that night. Nothing about it felt like a misunderstanding. To fans, this wasn't just another dose of celebrity gossip. It was something real. It was about a black woman reclaiming her story in a world that had told her to stay quiet for too long. And suddenly, that perfect, polished Braxton image Toni had worked so hard to protect started to look fragile, like a diamond cracking under the heat of truth. Days later, Tamar went live again, and she came with that calm but unshakable tone that said she meant business. Family doesn't mean silence. Family means accountability, she said, eyes locked on the camera. It was subtle, but everyone knew who she was talking about. Without naming names, she made her point loud and clear. She wasn't backing down. "If being honest makes me the bad guy," Tamar said, "then I'll be that." Her words echoed across every platform, and fans flooded her comments with love and fire emojis. The message was clear. The old Braxton family silence was dead, and the truth was finally louder than the fear. After Tamar's live ended, the comment section exploded. Thousands of people flooded in, some cheering her on, calling her brave and fearless, while others begged her to make peace with Toni. But Tamar stayed unmoved. Her loyalty wasn't to the Braxton brand anymore. It was to the truth. No filters, no fake smiles, just raw honesty from a woman who had seen enough. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Ashley quietly returned to Spain. She didn't post any long explanations, no interviews, no drama. Just one simple message on Instagram. You can heal and still hurt. You can forgive and still speak. That line hit everyone straight in the heart. It was powerful, poetic, and final. The kind of truth that doesn't need a headline to make noise. Within hours, the post went viral. Celebrities, therapists, advocates, everyone was sharing it. Even people who had never followed the Braxton family before were suddenly connecting to Ashley's message. She didn't need her family's approval anymore. She had the world's empathy. But while Ashley was finding peace, the Braxton family behind closed doors was falling apart. Insiders say Tony began skipping family events completely, avoiding both Tamar and Michael. The tension was thick. Nobody knew what to say, and everyone was walking on eggshells. Even Trina, who had stayed completely quiet through all of this, reportedly broke down during a family dinner, slamming her fork down and saying, "I'm tired of protecting ghosts." That moment, insiders say, left the whole table frozen. The sisters' bond, once their greatest strength, was now crumbling in private. Years of silence, pride, and pain had finally caught up to them. And while Ashley's courage brought her the peace she had fought for her whole life, the rest of the Braxtons were left staring at the wreckage of a truth they'd spent decades trying to hide. And for the first time in years, the Braxtons weren't the picture-perfect image of gospel and glamour. They were human, flawed, fractured, and finally exposed. The masks were off, and what was left wasn't fame or sparkle. It was truth, raw and unfiltered. By the end of the month, tabloids had a name for it: the Braxton Civil War. Headlines were everywhere, talk shows were dissecting every clip, and social media couldn't stop buzzing. Yet somewhere in all that chaos, there was something beautiful. Because for the first time ever, someone from that powerful family had turned deep pain into purpose. Ashley Braxton wasn't the scandal. She was the silence, finally breaking. She wasn't chasing clout or trying to drag anyone down. She was fighting to breathe after a lifetime of being told to hush. And though Tony Braxton may never forgive Tamar for dragging their truth into the light, the world had already made its choice. They chose honesty over image. They chose Ashley. In her final statement before stepping away from the spotlight, Ashley said words that left everyone speechless. "If telling the truth cost me my family, then I guess love was never really there." Her voice cracked, but her eyes stayed steady, clear, brave, and free. With that final sentence, she ended the story not as a victim, but as a survivor who refused to be erased, because no matter how famous the family or how polished the image, the truth always finds a voice. And this time, that voice belonged to Ashley Braxton, the quiet niece who finally said what everyone else was too scared to say. Her courage made the world stop and listen, made people realize that even the most glamorous families can carry the deepest wounds. Behind every perfect photo and award-winning smile, there's a story, and Ashley's story proved that silence doesn't protect anyone. It only hides the pain until someone brave enough decides to speak. So if you've been hooked on this wild Braxton saga, hit that like, drop your thoughts in the comments, and make sure to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more untold truths and explosive celebrity breakdowns. You won't want to miss what's coming next.
Okay, so I want to tell a story today, and that story is about how one of my aunts and my family do not talk to me because they think that I, at the age of 16, did something with her partner at the time. And I have been a nervous wreck to talk about something like this and to tell this story. Because my family.
Tamar just cracked this whole situation wide open, and the Braxton circle is straight up rattling right now. She basically dragged Tony into the spotlight for trying to silence her, and the way she exposed it had everyone stunned. Tamar said Tony sent her a cease and desist the second she stood beside their niece, Ashley, who was speaking on some serious concerns about one of the sisters' husbands. And Tamar wasn't folding for anybody.
Because I don't want people, it's not to hurt people to tell my story, but at the same time, I've been working through this so much in therapy, and this is something that goes way deep to my core in terms of worthiness and how I feel about myself. And it's been such a journey.
Once Tamar refused to quiet down, people behind the scenes started whispering that Toni allegedly pushed things even further, like she was trying to remove Tamar from the whole Braxton setup entirely, like she could just pretend Tamar wasn't even part of the family machine anymore. Folks forget Tamar is not the one to cross because she came swinging with the truth, saying Toni was out here protecting a PDF file, and that phrase alone had social media spinning. Insiders are saying production turned real tense after that. Rooms felt colder, conversations got shorter, and every move started feeling suspicious. Sisters bumping heads behind closed doors, producers stressing in corners, and people on set whispering that Toni might be putting her whole career on the line just to shield someone else. And if that's true, that raises a whole new set of questions, because nobody understands why Toni is standing so firm for this man everyone keeps asking about. Fans have been screaming for years that this whole situation needed to be addressed out loud, not hidden behind edited scenes and rehearsed smiles. And now that Tamar put everything out there with this kind of force, people are sitting back wondering what Toni is really trying to protect, and why she's willing to push her own sister away over it. Tamar lit a fuse that could flip the whole family storyline upside down, and she's sitting there watching every second explode with full intention behind it. One thing about Tamar, she refuses to be treated like she's invisible, and she made that loud and clear on camera with no hesitation. That's exactly why she stepped straight to Toni at that dinner table, even though everybody else thought it was supposed to be a chill family moment. While the rest of them were sipping drinks and trying to keep the vibe soft, Tamar pulled up with a whole different mission because she wanted the truth out, no matter how wild things got. She looked Toni right in the face and accused her of trying to block her moves, explaining that she planned to bring Ashley onto their podcast so Ashley could share her side and talk about the concerns she had involving one of the Braxton husbands. And according to Tamar, the second, not the minute, the second, she even mentioned